Are we going to deal with? Are we going to get these all the new members, all the new employees? I'd like to open the meeting. This is the ordinary council meeting of today, 7 August 2025. It is just past 9 o'clock. I'd like to welcome all councillors, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and your staff. You're all welcome. Members of the public that are listening in. If there are any members of the audit committee, you are all welcome to this ordinary council meeting. Yes. There is a link on YouTube as well as anybody else that will be online. I will open with a quick word of prayer. Just bow our heads. Heavenly Father, thank you for this day. Thank you that we are able to gather here in your name and in your presence. I pray that you will bless each and every decision made here today, each and every mouth that utters words of wisdom. Lord, we pray that you'll be with us as we take this town forward and serve our citizens. Lord, we pray this in your holy name. Amen. Thank you. Right, move to item 3, attendance of members. The attendance register is going around. I see all are present, all councillors are present. Everybody is here. Where is Councillor Petros? He is in the building. I have seen him this morning. So we have all councillors present. Nobody is, item 3.2, no councillors are absent with leave. 3.3, no councillors are absent without leave. There is Councillor Petros now, so everybody is present. Item 4, noting the provisions of Schedule 1, which is the Code of Conduct for Councillors of the Local Government Municipal Systems Act 32 of 2000 and the Code for Ethical Leadership as adopted by Council. Can we note that, councillors?
Noted, Chair.
Thank you. Item 5, disclosure of interest by councillors. Any interest to declare?
Morning, Speaker. I just want to find out, I see I received an item here and we are about item, it's about Mrs. Kosana and all of us citing this item. So must we close it or what? It's not necessary.
No, that's not necessary, okay. Councillor. We are,
no, I just have to
as council.
Yes.
Thank you for raising that. I do appreciate it. So then nothing else further to, no other disclosure of interest, councillors? None, thank you. We move to item 6 on the agenda, which is the Long Service Awards, and there are none at this moment in time. And item 7 is the introduction of newly appointed staff, and I'm going to hand over to the to proceed with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Let me greet the Executive Mayor, the Deputy Executive Mayor, Council Whip, Chairperson of MPEC, Mayoral Committee members, all councillors, senior management, and all staff and members of the public. We have made the following appointments in the month of May. We have appointed Nechi Vodza M as an artisan plumber. Can you stand up? Yes. We have also appointed John Tazet as a general assistant. Can you stand up? We have also appointed Fali Tenjwa S as a general assistant. We have appointed Tambur MD as a general assistant water purification. Tambur MD. Okay. We have appointed Ernst MW as a general assistant water reticulation. We have appointed Noana LM as a general assistant water reticulation. We have appointed Biela SE as an artisan plumber. In June, we made the following appointments. Nontlonipo Priscilla Skosana as a senior clerk, public participation, corporate services. Sifiso Yan Ishili as an artisan plumbing services. Ntombekaya Tembu Maguyekwe. Ntombekaya. Oh, okay, thank you. Pumela Lindiwe Ketama Nyati as a process controller. Yamkela Sizwe Tamagu. Sandiswa Boy. Yes, yeah. No, so where is the other one?
Thank you, Ene. I also want to introduce Mr. S. Fredericks, who is one of the appointments as a general assistant.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Emin. We welcome all the new staff. May your term in the municipality be fruitful and bring service delivery that is much required. I'm not going to allow lots of comments. Please, Council, we wish them well. They need to get back to their offices and their workspace as they are critical to our municipality because they are all in the service delivery departments. I'm not going to allow comments and well wishes. We are wishing them all well as a council. We all know that they are critical within the municipality. Thank you.
Speaker, sorry man, sorry for not recognizing me. Greetings, Council. There is an omission. There is one person which is not, has not been introduced. His nickname is Pickles. That one.
I'm a special one. Sorry, what department are you in? Thank you. All of those that are appointed, welcome and good luck with your term in Marsden Municipality. Thank you. You are all released. Thank you. Those are critical appointments, as we all know, and much needed within those departments.
Speaker,
Councillor Charlie.
thank you, Speaker. Speaker, with all due respect, I am happy for these young people that were appointed today. But as a patriotic alliance, there are only 2 colored people there.
Councillor Charlie, I'm going to stop you right in your
It
tracks.
must be recognized, Speaker.
Councillor
It can't
Charlie,
be
this is not
correct.
the time. We are
Yes, but I
recognizing
need
new
to raise
employees.
that.
Please
I
take
need
your
to raise
seats.
that. I am a black woman, but all race, black, white, Indian, and colored, need to be appointed in this.
That's noted.
We bring changes here.
That's noted. Councillor Charlie, please take your seat. Thank you. Councillors, we move to Before I move to the agenda, it is my prerogative to move the items on the agenda around, and we're going to shuffle. I am bringing the item 17.1, if I can just make sure that I get my, yes, item 17.1. I will bring it in after 11.5.1 and before item 12, and I'd like to deal with it at that point. After we deal with 11.5.1, we will deal with item 17.1, which is the motion. Councillor Sabah, I saw your hand.
Good morning, Speaker, and good morning to everybody. We did speak to you prior to the meeting together with Council Whip, and we request a Whips meeting and thereafter a caucus meeting. If the Whips meeting could be for 10 to 15 minutes and the caucus meeting thereafter 10 to 15 minutes too, please.
Yes.
Thank you.
I grant that. It is now 9:12. Please be back at 9:45. Thank you. While you're there, I'm hoping that you all note that you have received supplementaries. Please make sure that you all are fair with the content of the supplementaries, as well as I would not like to break again for further caucus meetings so we can deal with all the items on the agenda. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. Whip, are you back from your Whips meeting?
Thank you, Speaker. We're back. Speaker, we can move.
Thank you. Councillors, we now move to confirmation of minutes, which is item 8 on the agenda. The first set of minutes is the ordinary council meeting of the 30th of May 2025. That's on page 8. Can I have a proposer and a seconder that we adopt those minutes, please?
Yeah.
Councillor Davis, you propose. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Vanston, thank you. We adopt those minutes. The next one is 8.3, the special council meeting, 8.2, the continuation of the ordinary council meeting 5 June 2025 on page 17. Proposer and a seconder, please. Councillor White proposing, Councillor van Schalkwyk seconding. Thank you. 8.3, special council meeting 26 June 2025 on page 71. Proposer and a seconder. Anybody? Councillor White proposed, Councillor Davis second. 8.4, special council meeting 4 July 2025. Proposer and a seconder. Councillor van Schalkwyk and Councillor White. Thank you. I'm hoping so, they're agreeing. It's just about the correctness of the minutes. 8.5, the special council meeting of 18 July 2025 on page 87. Proposer and a seconder. Deputy Mayor proposing, Councillor Grootboom seconding. Thank you very much. Next item is item 9, the execution list on page 93. And there's a resolution on page 97. I'm just trying to get there. 111. Let me just make sure that I'm in the right place. Yes, 111, the recommendation that the execution list. Yes, Councillor Vanston.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, good morning. Good morning, Council. If we go to page 98, with regards to FG 08-1124, report on the termination of lease agreement between Knysna Municipality, request into a long-term lease agreement portion of OF 240 Karatra. If we note it says that it was resolved, the termination lease between Knysna Municipality and request to enter a long-term lease agreement portion OF 240 Karatra to be withdrawn for a site visit after item be submitted to Special Finance Governance Committee on the date determined by the chairperson. And if we look at the due date, and well done, there is a due date on this section of the execution list. It states the 30th of May, tabled in the current agenda. We have not actually had any feedback around this item, and it is not on this agenda. If I could please ask for clarity and an update with regards to this item. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Vanston. Councillor White.
Speaker, yes, thank you. It's just so we can move with the execution list following the input from the colleagues. But I just would like to commend corporate services and then the economic development as well, who are the only departments that actually have comments in the execution list. So just a commendment to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor White. Can I just, can somebody just give feedback on that? I think it's on the properties that you must make sure that it actually goes to the next section 80.
No, we'll ensure that in the next section 80, there's one coming up in August.
Yes,
yeah.
so that it definitely will serve then at that. We'll ensure that it does serve then, Councillor Vanston. Thank you. Councillors, can we go with the recommendation, noting the execution list? Thank you. We move to item 10.1, report on meetings and functions attended by the Speaker, myself. Can we note the report? Councillors? Note the report. Thank you. 11.1, report on meetings, functions attended by the Executive Mayor, Councillor Thando Matika, on page 113. Yes, Councillor Davis.
Speaker, good morning, everyone. Good morning. On the site visit to Sedgefield Ward 1 on the 27th. We went to a number of places through speaker to the mayor, and one of it, the mayor was with the MM, the directors, everyone was with. And we went to one house in particular where the floor collapsed in Lutangu Street. We haven't received any report on this. If I can just get clarity in terms of when we'll receive it, was quite a while back. It's a serious critical issue, and there was a number of other sewerage and other issues that we went to look at. If we can just get clarity on that, on the item, on the site visit, Sedgefield Ward 1. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Mayor?
Morning, Speaker. No, thank you, Speaker. I'm waiting for a report on all the site visits. I've asked them to drive a report before our visits and after our visits, what impact that has been made. But on this one specifically, I understand the MM has tasked two teams, infrastructure and human settlements, that to go back and have a report to check on that house that is collapsing there, who is at fault, the title deed, the plans, all of those stuff. They are supposed to do a report. So I'll give it to MM to check if it has been done or not.
Thank you, Mayor. MM?
Yes, I'm still waiting for the report, Mr. Mayor, but Mr. Veso is aware and Dr. Martin is aware. I also spoke to Lindile because of the nature of that particular earth, also to assist, considering that he's staying also in Sedgefield. So I will definitely, in the next ordinary council, will provide a report.
Thank you. Councillor Lowe?
No, I'm being sorted by the MM and the mayor because I was just thinking that planning must be part of it because it's also deal with plans and things like that.
Noted. Thank you. Thank you. Are you covered, Councillor Davis? Thank you. Can we move with the item? Thank you. Are we noting it? Thank you. The next item is statements and communications by the Deputy Executive Mayor, 11.2, report on meetings, functions attended by the Deputy Executive Mayor, Councillor Morton Gericke, on page 125. Yes, Councillor Davis.
Here again, thank you to the Deputy Mayor for coming and Speaker for coming and receiving a petition from our youth. There were a number of issues. There was a certain time frame given very kindly. And we just want to find out, we haven't received any feedback on that. Normally I get an email link, they link me in to see how far the responses are to the community. So if we can just get clarity on that, on the item, on his report, just on that particular petition response, and when we can expect it. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy?
Okay, yeah, it has been collabed and forwarded to the MM, to his office. We, before the meeting adjourned in Sedgefield, it was agreed with the chairman that they give us 14 days in order to respond. So if the MM can just advise on that one for me, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. MM?
Yes, we forwarded it to Charles, the petitions office and channel. So I think I will just check, Honourable Speaker, after the meeting to check how far away, because it had to do with work opportunities and all.
Noted. Thank you. Councillor White.
Speaker, yes, as an opposition, we sometimes must give credit where credit is due. I actually want to commend the Executive Deputy Mayor on a well-written, comprehensive report, but also a commendation to the DA-led provincial government for its support. I see there's a number of events that the Deputy Mayor attended with the provincial governments, and also a thumbs up to them. Thank you.
Councillor Sabah.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, yes, in terms of what Councillor White has said, yes, congratulations extended to the executive, to the mayor, the deputy mayor. With regard to the meetings, however, from the various officials that enter into NISNA, we have spoken about this on various occasions here in council, and it would be, if you look at the motto and the vision of NISA, we say we're an inclusive, innovative municipality, but yet when these visits take place, we as councillors are not always notified. So we would like to just ask if when those meetings take place, we understand there's a separation of party and state, but we would just like to know that councillors are notified of it so that we can at least, be a part there and be there to support our executive mayor and deputy mayor in those events as councillors, because we together are working towards a vision and betterment of our town. So just more an inclusive kind of a process with regard to that, please. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, Speaker, I think that Councillor Sabah need to understand that we are getting invitations from a specific constituency, which is whether it's their airlines in the DA, province, etc., etc. We're getting invitations where they specifically say that the deputy mayor, the MM, are invited to these things. I think if there is a discrepancy, then the DA needs to take it up with their province or their provincial departments who are sending out the invitation to us. We can't now come there if it's a function where they have catered for 30 people and we're coming with an extra 21 people. That doesn't make sense at all. Thank you. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Deputy. As far as my office, we have sent out communication to all the departments that if there are any ministerial, whether it be provincial or national, visitors to this municipality, that my office must be advised, and we will then advise accordingly. If it is specific, we will note that it is specific, but you will be made aware of it. And we will then note that councillors are either invited or not invited. So we will try and keep that as transparent as possible. However, some of the departments let us know very late, at a very late stage, as to some of these visits, and some of these visits do happen at a very late stage. So it is not always I'm noted to Mayor, it's not always the officials that are to blame or the politicians that are to blame. It is just that we do receive late notice of these visits, but we will endeavour to inform all councillors of such visits where relevant. Mayor?
Thank you. Just wanted to add also on that one. I think what's lacking also in our internal, I think which we have to deal with when we deal with our structure, is an IGR officer. We don't have a dedicated IGR office that deals with this, because if there was an IGR officer, he knows the protocol, so that he can say that the invite maybe is for the mayor, but this thing is related to the council. So can also council, other officials will also be involved. But if you look in our municipality, we don't have a dedicated IGR office that we know that they deal with all these protocol and intergovernmental relations programs. So we need to look at that, because we are a professional municipality. We are not just any ordinary municipality. So it's something that we have to look at. That. Most of the meetings outside, I send a DM, I don't attend. Most of the meetings in Cape Town. Thank you.
Noted, Mayor. MM?
No, I think, Honourable Speaker, we some of the invitations are specific, and we must respect that. If the invitation is to the mayor, we need to respect that it's to the mayor, and the mayor is the one who must then advise. But if it's to the speaker, we must respect that there is a speaker will advise. Most of they come like that. If it has been sent to the executive mayor, the office of the executive mayor must advise. If it is to the speaker must advise. So it becomes very difficult when I can distribute a message that is going to the executive mayor. I can't do that in terms of protocol. We cannot do that. If it's to the mayor, it is to the mayor. The mayor is the only one who can then say what must happen on that. I think it also assists for us to trust one another, because it becomes so bad when we go to the meeting and everybody flood the particular meeting there, and it creates a very bad impression about, like, we don't trust each other. So I think executive mayor will deal with the issue through the office of the speaker around the issue of the IGR officer.
Let us move. Yes, sorry, Councillor White. Sorry.
Yes, Speaker, just a comment to the executive mayor. We actually have two officials that deals with the council's IGR functions. It's the manager communications in IGR, and then the IDP manager also has some of those IGR functions. So there's two people that can actually deal with it. Thank you.
We'll get to that through our processes. Thank you, Councillor White. Can we move on noting those reports? Thank you. We move to 11.3, reports from representatives on the Garden Route District Municipality. There's none. 11. That is on page 137. And 11.4, reports from representatives on the SALGA working groups. Yes, I'll get to you, Deputy, and Councillor Sabah. On page 138, Deputy Mayor, and then Councillor Sabah.
Speaker, thanks. In our last meeting, it was asked through you that the councillors of the Garden Route bring some reports that is vital. I believe in one of the meetings they were fighting this week about properties that belongs now to Garden Route that needs to be taken, but before that there was a fight that it belongs to Naisna. So it is very or highly imperative for the councillors from Garden Route to keep us in the loop as to what's happening with regards to that. So I'm not sure if we must view, or through your office, must send out a formal instruction, let me put it like that, because then for these people that are serving us on that side to come with a report. I just want to emphasize that. Thank you.
Noted. Councillor Sabah, and then Councillor Orange, and Councillor White.
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, in terms of the SALGA working groups, I did attend the economic development one and also the one on the municipal finances and fiscal policy. The SALGA did respond with regard to the minutes of the meetings, which I have received, and I will circulate same to all councillors. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Orange.
Thank you, Speaker. I did attend a meeting this week in George on properties, and there was questions around why is the properties of Naisna not in that reports. And the chairperson is here, so we ask if there is anything from Naisna that it will be sent to Naisna. Thank you.
It would have been too short notice for this meeting anyway, so, but if it can still come to a next meeting so that we are just kept abreast of the situation. Mayor and then Councillor Sabah.
No, I understand it's short notice. Can it maybe Chairperson brief us, because our properties were discussed yesterday, so that we...
Mayor, I'm not going to go into that debate now. Let us get a report I don't think this is the time and the place to put that on the table. If there's no reports, there's no reports. It's as simple as that. We're not going to open further debates. Councillor White? Councillor Sabah and then Councillor White. What? Sorry. White and then Sabah, sorry. Yes.
Yes, Speaker, just on the SALGA working groups, I'd also just like to confirm I did attend my working group as a rep of environmental management and climate resilience. Unfortunately, also didn't have time to prepare before the agenda went out, but all the documents have been received from SALGA, so that will also be circulated to your office. Thank you.
Councillor Sabah.
Thank you. Yes, I just want to, in terms of the disputed properties with the Garden Route District Municipality, we just need to be reminded of the fact that we did formulate a subcommittee that would going to address and attend meetings with the Garden Route to receive an update, and that meeting has not taken place. I was put on that committee, so just a reminder that we need to address it, and so that we can report back.
I'm not. Yeah, fine, but I'm not going to go. I don't want to go into any of the issues at the moment. It is reminding, Councillor Vanston.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, with regards to SALGA, this is just a plea to the first official reps to respond within time, because with some of the working groups, they didn't respond and left it to the last minute, and then it wasn't sufficient time for the secondis to go and represent on SALGA. So it's just a plea to Council that the official representatives please give considerate time with their responses, and if not, then there's sufficient time for the secondis to attend. Thank you.
Yeah, please work through my office. Kirsty is very much on top of the SALGA working groups. She has the list, and we ensure that all of those working groups are RSVP'd accordingly if we are attending. Councillor Campbell, and then Councillor Chengwa.
Yeah, I agree with what Councillor Vanston says, but I think we must just remember here that we literally appointed the working groups a few days before the deadline, so this was a unique situation. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Chengwa.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. No, Speaker, I am in support of what the colleagues have just raised, but there's another issue which I want to raise, Speaker. Speaker, I'm in council now for a month. I have not been allocated, not a committee. I want you to please expedite the allocation of a committee. I'm not going anywhere anytime soon. So I just want to make that. I want to make that on record. I'm not going anywhere anytime soon. So please allocate me a committee as a member of this council. I want to make that request, Speaker, because I thought, it's supposed to be an item which speaks in terms of that. Thank you very much.
Noted, Councillor Tsengwa. Councillors, can we move? Thank you. 11.5, which is reports from councillors representing outside bodies and organizations. There's none. So, councillors, as I mentioned earlier, I'm shifting the item 17.1 up to us now. 17.1. Yes, Mayor.
Reports on outside organization.
Oh, sorry.
I think we appointed or councillor that has to deal with, to be part of the Dorothy roster. Can in the next special council meeting, that councillor bring us a report? So what's happening there? Because we are hearing news there outside. You don't want to leave it up until to the last, day, because so that if the municipality, we can engage province and national, so that we can start the process as early as possible.
Thank you. Noted, Mayor. Councillors, can we move on to 17.1, which is on page 200. It's a notice of motion for the removal of the Executive Mayor from office. There's a motion on page 200, and I'll call on the mover of the motion, please.
Thank you. Good morning, Speaker.
Can you please stand, Councillor Grootboom?
Good morning, Speaker. May I continue with the motions?
Yes, you may.
Okay. Notice of motion for the removal of the Executive Mayor from office. I, Councillor Walid Grootboom, hereby submit the below motion in terms of Rule 26(1) of the Knysna Municipality Rules of Order for Internal Arrangement Bylaws of 2017. Read with Section 58 of the Local Government Municipal Structures Act 1998. Purpose of the motion. The Patriotic Alliance hereby submit this motion in terms of Section 58 of the Municipal Structures Act number 117 of 1998, requesting the recall and removal of the current Executive Mayor Councillor Thando Matika from office. The motivation, the motion is brought forward not on the basis of misconduct or failure of duty, but as part of broader strategic directive issued at national level. As a political party, we reserve the right to realign our deployment strategies to the best serve of our organizational vision and evolving coalition agreements. Councillor Thando Matika has served with integrity and diligence during his tenure as mayor. We acknowledge and appreciate his commitment to the residents of Knysna and the stability has brought to the municipality. However, the leadership of Patriotic Alliance in its continuous evaluation of political deployments across all spheres of government has resolved to implement changes that reflect our long-term governance strategy. This includes the rotation of redeployment and representatives where deemed necessary. This motion does not cast aspersions on the person or performance of the Executive Mayor, but rather reflects an internal political decision by the Patriotic Alliance. We therefore move that Council resolve to remove the Executive Mayor Councillor Matika from the office in line with this political directive. Recommendations. Recommendation A, that the Executive Mayor Councillor Thando Matika removed the office of the Executive Mayor in terms of the provisions in Section 58 of the Local Government Municipal Structures Act 1998. B, that the following removal from the office of Councillor Thando Matika as Executive Mayor, Council should proceed to elect an Executive Mayor on terms of the provisions of Section 55(2) of the Local Government Municipal Structures Act 1998. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Grootboom. Do you have a seconder for your motion?
I, Councillor Beauty Charlie, seconder, Speaker.
Thank you. Noted. Council, we have a motion before us. Are we going to vote? We are now going to vote to deem whether this motion serves or not. All in favour, please raise your hands that the motion serves. Those against the motion serving? Those abstaining? Oh dear, abstain. Thank you. Whip.
Thank you, Speaker. The results are following on the motion of removal of Executive Mayor by not failing to do his work. In favor of the motion, 2. Against, 10. Abstain, 2. The motion is not carried, Speaker. No, abstain 8, sorry. Abstain 8, sorry.
Abstain 8.
Yes. The motion is not carried, Speaker.
So the motion does not carry to serve. We move on. Thank you.
Speaker.
I think we must put a motion against the whip, Speaker. You can't count.
Speaker.
Sorry, I have not recognized anybody, please. Please take your seats. Please take your seats. I will now. Councillor Tiokolo, Councillor White, Councillor Lowe.
Speaker, I just want to rise on a point of procedure, Speaker. I think what the procedure that you followed now is a procedure that needs to be followed when you're dealing with an exigency motion, whereby you ask permission of council whether a motion could serve or not. But a motion of this nature, which was submitted 6 days before the meeting, must actually serve, and it must be debated by council. And if council needs to vote on it, then votes on it. But we cannot have a situation whereby you treat it as an exigency motion. I just wanted to raise that, Speaker. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor White.
Yes, Speaker, thank you. I wanted to rise in terms of Rule 26. The motion of no confidence in the Executive Mayor has been brought in terms of Rule 26, and in terms of that rule, the motion you must either accept the motion and put it in the agenda, which you have done, or refer the motion to a committee. Now, the motion is before the council, so in terms of that specific rule, the council must now consider the content of the motion and vote on the actual motion itself.
Quite correct, noted, Councillor White. And Councillor Tiokolo, Councillor Lowe, you want to rise?
No, Speaker, I just want to raise a point. I don't know if I'm out of order, but we can't have a situation, Mayor, that we don't have someone that are leading infrastructure. Are we going to wait until the Messiah is coming? It can't be correct. We are a municipality that are full-fledged, so you must deal with it. You are the Mayor.
Quite correct. I'm going to, sorry, let's redo that. I do apologize. I was a bit hasty in my approach. We will now put the motion to a debate and then vote on it. Is there anybody that would like to rise on the debate, or can we go straight to the vote? You got something to say? Councillor Davis, Councillor Sabah.
Yeah, no, Speaker, I don't want to spoil it for my colleagues, so I won't speak a lot. But just a couple of things, Speaker, what's concerning. We really don't, we abstained, we got no comment on the motion. But just a few things, for example, the section referred to in the motion is not the section actually to remove the mayor. So they quoted section 55, it's actually section 58, just for interesting sake. That's the removal of the mayor. So they're just on a technical challenge there. And also, what's interesting is that, you know, you normally remove a mayor based on performance or poor, you know, not delivering. But in this case, it's a sort of a little contradiction where it says the mayor is fantastic and is, you know, he's a great guy, but, you know, we must remove him. So just on those comments, my colleagues will cover more. But just on those two, for me particularly, that's a contradictory statement, and there's many more issues there. No, but anyway, that's just two of my points. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Sabach.
Thank you, Speaker. Yeah, Speaker, I think that the motion is rather premature. It also is a bit contradictory. It's almost like saying, you know, I'm happy in a marriage with you, but I want a divorce, but let's just stay together and live under the same household. It doesn't meet the requirements in terms of a motion. I think this is a motion brought by the Patriotic Alliance that is really speaking around self-interest as opposed to what's in the best interest of the town. So I would plead with the Patriotic Alliance to please in future think carefully about when you proceed along these lines, because political stability is very important in this town. We've had so much political instability over the past, and it certainly does not work towards the best interests of our town and our communities. We've had a number of occasions where the Patriotic Alliance have made certain statements and withdrawn from the coalitions based on allegations of we have not had coloured people appointed, but yet they themselves agreed with the appointments of the people that were appointed at the time. So this is a ploy on playing with politics. I don't think it's in the best interest of the town, and I think that it's not what is needed at this point in time. So, yeah, disappointment in terms of what has been done and how it's proceeded, and just a PA, please, let's just work together in terms of trying to do the right thing for this town. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Councillor Campbell. The next speaker is Councillor Campbell, Low, Tengwa, Councillor Campbell, Councillor Beauty, Councillor Low, and then Councillor Tengwa. And Councillor Vanston, yeah. Thank you. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I think this motion should have been headed a motion of compliments. Speaker, I wholeheartedly agree with what Councillor Sabach has just said, and I want to thank the Patriotic Alliance. They have today united this council and showed us how we can actually work together in the interests of this town. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Charlie.
Thank you, Speaker. Firstly, Councillor Sabach, I'm not going to be spoon-fed by you. If you want to know the Patriotic Alliance, then you must go on the website of the Patriotic Alliance and you go and read what the Patriotic Alliance is standing for. So be very careful when you want to touch the PA. Be very careful. We all know that colored people were rejected. So I am going to stand up, and I'm not going to be, and you have no proof that the PA appointed people in those people. You have no proof. So what I am saying, I have the right to raise and ask when there are jobs, it has to be equal, because that's what the Patriotic Alliance stands for.
Councillor Charlie, please stick to the topic. We are not talking about jobs or anything else.
No, but you allow Councillor Sabah to appoint on what I have said, and it was not on this agenda. So this council should stop when I want to talk, when I want to raise the voice, and I will be cut. So mine is, don't touch the PA. What we do, it's our business. You can't just come and tell us what to do, how must we do with the motion whatsoever. So stop judging the PA, because you are not going to stand for it. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Lowe.
Thank you, Speaker. You know, I didn't want to speak, but I have to speak now. 3 weeks back, the DA have come and said, now we must put this nice municipality under administration because there is no stability. Today Councillor Sabach praised and said there is stability and we are moving and we are governing properly. Now, did I finish? That's what she have said. But she have written that the municipality must be under administration and all these kind of things. But today she, and I hope people, the listeners have listened, where she say, but there's stability now, the mayor is doing a good job, everything is well in the donkey. You know, I'm very surprised. You see, sometimes when you do things, and later you find out, hey, but what I've done is wrong, because I can see the reality now. There is stability, the team that is there, they are doing their job. And I'm glad that you have raised it and the residents listen in, that you have said that there is stability and the mayor is doing a good job.
Thank you, Councillor Tengwa and
Point of
Councillor
clarity,
Vanston.
please, Speaker. I'd like to just clarify. I did
No,
not
Speaker,
say
did
that.
you-
What I'm
do you
saying
recognize
is
her?
that we need
Councillor
political
Sabak,
stability.
I have not recognized you. That's not a point of order, please. He's making assertions. Everybody does make assertions. Councillor Tengwa.
Speaker, thank you very much. Speaker, today I'm generally a happy person. I told you when I arrived this morning, I'm very happy today. Happy person. You know, something happened yesterday in the history. You know, but let's quickly come back to the issue at hand. Speaker, indeed, I want to concur with all the latter speakers. The content of the motion, honestly speaking, is not talking about the removal of the mayor. And Speaker, I think we have done an honorable thing in terms of voting. The voting is done. We have voted already. And I was going to propose that we also resolve on the matter. We move on the matter, Speaker. Thank you very much.
Councillor Vanston. I'll note your, Councillor White.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I'm going to speak with evidence straight from the motion, where it states that in the line at that it says, this motion does not cast aspersions on the person or performance of the executive mayor, and how I agree that it is a motion of compliment, not a motion of non-confidence, but rather reflects on internal political decision by the Patriotic Alliance. Speaker, I think what is evident here in this motion today is the fact that the PA does not care about good governance and stability for this town, but they only care for personal gain, power and possessions. I thank you.
Councillor White. And then we're going to vote.
Speaker, thank you. I want to start by stating plainly this motion should never have been accepted by your office. The law is clear. The Municipal Structures Act and our courts have set firm standards for motions of no confidence. They must have rational justification. It cannot be arbitrary, and it must be grounded in the performance or the conduct of the office bearer. This motion does none of that. The Patriotic Alliance says they still admire the mayor's performance, but they want him gone. It's like saying, I still love my husband, but I want a divorce because my pa said so. It's baffling and can only be described as a political identity crisis. Speaker, this is not a motion of no confidence, but very much a love letter. It is based entirely on internal party politics of the Patriotic Alliance, and it belongs in a PA WhatsApp group or on Facebook Live and not in a council agenda. Which brings me to the real issue, Speaker, and that is the Patriotic Alliance. Let's stop pretending they are the victims of coalition chaos. The truth is, they are the chaos. Since 2022, the PA has been the architect of every collapse, of every crisis, and every betrayal of the people of Knysna. In 2022, they flipped the council on its head and installed a coalition hell-bent on driving Knysna into the ground. And now, in 2025, they want to flip once more. Not because they care about governance, but because they are always chasing the next deal, the next position, and the next slice of power. They don't care who leads as long as they are in the middle of it, pulling the strings and pushing the town further into dysfunction. It's opportunism badly dressed up as principle, and it's disgusting. And what makes this motion even more laughable, Speaker, is that there are plenty of legitimate reasons to bring a real motion of no confidence. A Section 139(1)(c) notice from the provincial government, crumbling service delivery, an unstable, incoherent coalition, and a town whose residents have lost complete faith in its council. But instead of standing up for Knysna, the PA stands up for itself. They praise the mayor and ask for his head, not because he failed, judging by their emotion, but because they need to reshuffle the deck before the whole house of cards collapse. Speaker, I want to be unambiguously clear. This is not about good governance or service delivery. This is about the political survival of the PA, and the people of Knysna are paying the price. As a Democratic Alliance, we will not support a motion that affirms confidence in this ANC-led coalition of chaos and of corruption. We do not have confidence in this government, we do not have confidence in the Patriotic Alliance, and we will not be part of their circus act one more time. Knysna deserves better. Whether this council is dissolved under Section 139 of the Constitution, or whether we go to the polls in 2026, the people will have their say. They will have the chance to put an end to this theatre of betrayal. They will have the chance to remove those who have used Knysna like a chessboard. And they will have the chance to usher in a stable, majority DA-led government, one that restores dignity, that delivers services and rebuilds the jewel of the garden route. Speaker, the time for games is over. It is chaos or blue. It's failure or a fresh start, and the DA is ready. Thank you.
Thank you. I've already ruled that we're not going to take any more comments. We're now going to vote. Those in favour of the removal of the mayor, please raise your hands. Those against the removal and the motion? Those abstaining? Whip, you may now read the vote.
Thank you, Speaker. After the debate, the results are follow. In favor of the motion 2, against 10, abstain 8. The motion not carried, the Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Whip, I would just like to add a comment to any party that wishes to bring a motion of no confidence. And this was in a ruling by Judge Henny in the case against the then Mayor of Cape Town, Patricia de Lille. And I'm going to just quote a paragraph out of his judgment. And this was paragraph 25. And he stated, "In my view, the resort to such a motion," and this was a motion of no confidence, "should be reserved for the very serious and extreme cases and should be exercised with due care to the rights of the person against whom it is directed, in this case the mayor." So this is in a judgment. And we need to take cognizance of it, that motions to remove shouldn't be done politically or willy-nilly. And I know it's difficult when parties are instructed to do certain things, but parties also need to take cognizance of it. And this is a lot of the time the things that just destabilize municipalities and councils. So as an independent, I am raising this issue to all parties to take cognizance of that statement that Judge Henny declared in his judgment. Thank you. We're now going to move to the rest of the business of the day. And we now move to items for consideration, which starts on page 140. And this is recommendations from the Mayoral Committee from 25th of July 2025. Mayor, are you going to take us through, or are you going to do you want me to lead take them through the items?
Speaker, you can lead them.
I'll take us through the items. Items submitted to the Infrastructure Committee meeting held on 10 June. IS 010625, request for council approval assistance by the Western Cape Department of Rural Development to fund and implement feasibility studies for forestry villages on behalf of the Knysna municipality on page 140. Can we go with the recommendations?
Yes.
IS 020625, report on MESA technical assistance to the Knysna municipality on page 140. Go with the recommendations.
Yes.
Report on water quality and sewer effluent quality, IS 030625 on page 140. Can we go with the recommendations? IS 040625, expenditure report on grant funds end April 2025. Can we go with those recommendations?
Yes.
IS 050625, electrical and mechanical department capital project report from March to April 2025 on page 141. Go with those recommendations.
Yes.
IS 090625, report on the Roads, Transport and Stormwater Building Maintenance Division, which is the RTS BMD for July to April 2025. 141. Thank you. We move to items submitted to the Community Services Committee meeting held on 11 June 2025. Z020625, proposal to name the Knysna Libraries Activities Hall after Mrs. Parks on page 142. Can we go with that recommendation? Thank you. I think that would be a great honor. C040625, grass cutting cycles per ward in Greater Knysna Municipal Area on page 142. Can we go with those recommendations? Thank you. 050625, progress report on the homeless shelter, page 142. Can we go with the recommendation?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Item submitted to the Planning, Economic Development and Tourism Committee held on 12 June 2025, which is P030625, Environmental Performance Report, Quarter 4, April to May 2025 on page 143. Can we go with those recommendations?
Yes.
P080625, the Draft Economic Development Strategy on page 143. Go with those recommendations? P090625, the Draft Informal Trading Development Strategy on 143. Can we go with that? P110625, report on the terms of reference for the Garden Route Investment Conference 2025 on page 144. Can we go with those recommendations? P120625, an addendum, the appointment of the internal member and deputy chairperson to the Municipal Planning Tribunal on page 144. Can we go with those recommendations? P130612, report on alleged unlawful infilling activities on ERF 1316, RE 1352, and RE 1146 Knysna on page 144. Go with those recommendations. P140625, report on the status of the amendment of the Knysna Municipality Regulation of Building Aesthetics and the Heritage Bylaw and Outdoor Advertising Bylaw on page 145. Can we go with those recommendations? Thank you. Items submitted to the Finance and Governance Committee meeting held on 18 June 2025, and these are the corporate services items. FNG 060625, the Risk Management Progress Report, quarter January to March 2025. Can we go with those recommendations? FNG 070625, the review of the human resources policies, internship policy, overtime and standby policy, and subsistence and travel policy on page 145. Can we go with that? Thank you. FNG 080625, the application for lease renewal for T3430 Bongani Village Water Tower for telecommunications tower on a portion of ERF 15865 Knysna. Yeah, thank you. FNG 090625, report back on church applications, Uniting Performed Church of South Africa on page 146. Can we go with that?
Speaker.
Yes.
Speaker, I just wanted to raise, in terms of these items, we've spoken about it on many occasions, where the items come and they make reference to the urban or the earth, but we've asked on many occasions that they say situated at or on, so that we get it clear, because a lot of these have been dealt with a couple of months ago, so it makes it difficult for us to recollect. So just in terms of a better description, so not just say earth 8249 Knysna, but just say situated at. So we've got a better physical description of the address. It makes it easier for us as councillors to be able to recollect and actually deal with it and focus on the item, and also for residents out there to follow the agendas better. Thank you.
That must just also be noted through the Section 80s. When you are doing these approvals, please note it through the Section 80 when it comes to the mayoral committee as well, that it's noted in those recommendations.
It was done, but just hasn't been followed through. So
Noted.
just noting it now. Thank you.
Noted. Thank you. FNG 090625, we've done that 146, that's done. FNG 100625, request to rescind the approval for leasing of a portion of ERF 214, an application to approve the leasing of portion of the remainder of ERF 215 Knysna for gardening purposes. Can we go with that recommendation? Thank you. FNG 110625, application to lease a portion of ERF 3517 Sedgefield which is the NSRI boathouse at Mayoli Beach, parking, and the approval of building alterations, which is on page 149. Yes, Councillor Davis.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. I just want to thank the committee and the mayor and everyone for this item, because it's really the NSRI does valuable work and they cover the whole area. And yeah, so I thank you for giving them, the opportunity to really enhance what they are doing, because it's in the benefit of all of us. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. F&G 120625, application to renew the lease agreement of Sedgefield Bowling Club, a portion of IRF 2058 Sedgefield. Thank you.
Yes.
F&G 130625, report back on applications for lease agreement for a portion of IRF 1316 Neisner, abutting IRF 3556 Neisner, on page 150. Go with that. Thank you. F&G 140625, report on the property dispute with the Gardenwood District Municipality, on page 151. Can we go with those recommendations to date? Thank you. We will get to those. Items submitted to the Finance and Governance Committee meeting held on 19 June 2025, which is now the finance items. F&G 010625, the year-end deadlines, preparation plan 2425, on page 151. Can we go with that? F&G 020625, the monthly budget statement for April 2025. Go with that. Did I miss one? No, I'm on the... Not there yet. Page 152, which is the monthly budget statement, April 2025. F&G 020625. That's where we are now. The next one is F&G 030625, report on fruitless and wasteful expenditure for July 2024 to May 2025. We go with that. Thank you. F&G 040625, the monthly budget statement for May 2025. Thank you. F&G 050625, the Auditor General Consolidated General Report on Local Government 23-24 audit outcomes, on page 153. Can we go with those recommendations? F&G 060625, the planned auction disposal of movable and immovable municipal assets, on page 153. Can we go with those recommendations? Councillor Vanston.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, this is just a question of clarity, that this item only speaks to recommendation D, that it be noted of IRF 353. Is this just to confirm that this item is only speaking to that IRF?
That is the case, as I understand it, because we did resolve to take the others to a separate section. It was meant to be on a special section 80, so that is only noting this item for now. Thank you. Items submitted to the Special Community Services Committee meeting held on 2 July. Sorry, yes, Councillor.
Speaker, thanks. Speaker, just some clarity on the numbering of items. I noticed this item has got the same number as the one that we dealt with. I think it was on corporate, F&G 060625, which is risk management. It's got the same item numbers. Is it not going to confuse us at some point?
I'm just looking now. Which two?
Page 145. That's the one. That's the risk management that we dealt with. This one is 153. You've got the same item numbers.
060625. Director.
Thank you, Speaker. There are two different agendas, because the one is the governance agenda and the one is the finance agenda. But potentially going forward, we could rename the agendas to F&G-G and F&G-F, if it's going to make the differentiation between the governance corporate items and the and the finance items.
Yeah, noted. Are you covered, Councillor Tikolo? Thank you. We move now to items submitted to the Special Community Services Committee meeting held on 2 July. So it's SC 010625, the adverse weather incident report for 8 to 10 June 2025. And we go with those recommendations. Okay. Let's just move through this and then we'll deal with it now. SC 030625, Municipal Waste Partnership facilitated by the Greater Knysna Business Chamber on page 153. Can we go with that? Yes, Councillor Sabah.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, yeah, this item basically just says to make a presentation at the next community services meeting. Now, is it the next special community services meeting or the next ordinary one? Because this is something that we need to address as a matter of urgency. We did have a discussion around this. It's long outstanding. So just clarity in terms of when, in terms of time frames, please. Thank you.
Sorry, I just want to get to the clarity on this one. I know we have a workshop coming up this week where I think this item is going to be presented as part of Mr. Douglas's presentation in that workshop. So that'll come to then and then go to an ordinary Section 80. Covered?
Speaker, that's fine, but I think maybe that it should be included in the recommendation then.
We can just change it to the next ordinary Section 80. As per the Mayor as well, we're trying to avoid as many special Section 80s as possible. So unless it's indicated, it will always be a normal Section 80. Okay, I'll be covered on that. Councillor, I want to just go through this issue. The MM's just alluded to me that the Director Technical Services Infrastructure needs to go off to a MESA meeting and would like to deal with the motion that was submitted, the motion of exigency before he has to go. So I'm going to just finish this community services section and then we'll deal with that motion while the Director is still here. Everybody in Council agrees with that?
Agreed.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Let me just finish this community services section. So that's on page 153. SC 040625, proposal for the executive assignment of the library function to the municipality on page 154. Can we go with those recommendations? Agreed. SC 050625, the hydrant maintenance report for Karatra on page 154. Councillor Vanston.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, again, I'd like to welcome and thank the department for this item, but I would also like to make a recommendation C, that we include, that the Sedgefield Fire Department includes Smutsville in an assessment to evaluate the need for installation of additional or new fire hydrants. It's the same fire department that will be doing the hydrant maintenance for Karatra, but we'd like to just include Sedgefield, recommendation C, after the recent fires that we keep having there. Thank you.
Councillors, can we go with that amended recommendation? All councillors agreed? No objections, thank you. Can we amend that? Will you give that recommendation to the department, please, so they can amend that recommendation? Thank you. SC 060625, which is the reinstatement of Fire Brigade Reserve Force under the Fire Brigade Act, Service Act number 99 of 1987 on page 154. Can we go with that recommendation? SC 070625, the final, which is the fourth generation air... Sorry, I'm trying to read. I have two hands.
Speaker, I'm so sorry for this. On the fire hydrant, man, I didn't put up my hand, but I just want to make ask. When the fire happened in Smutsville, there were a number of fire hydrants there was a fire hydrant removed in one of the streets. So I just want to reiterate that to the department, if they can just investigate why that situation was like that. If that, because it created a lot of problems, because as a result, 6 of the structures burned down. It could have been prevented. So the fire hydrant, if they can just please, the guys that are here, if you can just please deal with that, because that became a major issue.
Noted. Councillor Bester.
Speaker, mine is on the air quality management plan.
Yeah.
Are we there?
Yes, we're there.
Okay. Speaker, through you to the officials, the garden refuse site is a major air pollution contributor in this town, and the officials needs to make a decision on how we're going to go forward with that site to stop the continuous burning that is taking place there, and obviously with the control of that site. So I request that we please add that to this, that during this management process, they actually implement the stricter controls there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Campbell.
Speaker, the aside was in terms of our license, we only have a closure license, should already have closed. We need to have an urgent report on what alternatives are being proposed at the moment. But in the meantime, all fires have to be extinguished immediately. It's a huge, huge, huge health risk. Thank you.
Thank you. Noted. Right, councillors, we're now going to go to item 13.3, which is on the supplementary, which is the report on the water and sewage pumps promotion of exigency, unanimously adopted by Council on 31 July 2025. Can I hand over, can we
Yes.
hand over to Mr. Wessel?
Yes, Mr. Wessel will deal with the item, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Wessel.
Good morning, Speaker. Good morning, councillors. Thank you. Speaker, so the report that was prepared was in response to the motion of exigency that was received or submitted at the last special council meeting on the 31st of July, where 4 matters were resolved. I think the most important one, resolution 2, was that a full report be submitted in terms of how many pumps are with the service provider, and the service provider in the motion stated that the municipal manager be instructed to provide us, council, with a full report on the number of sewage pumps belonging to the municipality that are currently in the possession of a company here in the industrial area. Now, that was taken, the industrial area here in Neisner. So you will notice that the report focused in on that specific third-party service provider. How many was repaired, and how many have not been repaired, and steps taken to retrieve the pumps. So previously, a report served at a special Section 80 committee, infrastructure committee on 17 July, where it was also resolved, and I think in line with the motion of exigency, that the municipal manager, CFO, and director infrastructure be authorized to take all reasonable steps to retrieve the pumps and equipment from the service provider in the shortest possible time. And that report on these measures be tabled at the subsequent special council that was held on the 18th of July. Now, I think at that special council meeting, it was just a verbal feedback based on the outcomes of the special Section 80 committee that took place the day before on the 17th of July. So in terms of the background, previously in a report, it was reported that the service provider, being the main contractor basically for tender 22 of 2022, had approximately 50 water and sewer pumps in their possession. In that report of 17 July, it was also reported that the dispute notice has been served on the main service provider, and the dispute resolution mechanism required or suggested amicable settlement as a first option to retrieve our pumps. Now, since that report that served on 17 July, the Neisner municipality did appoint a legal representative to represent us in the proceedings of the amicable settlement process. So they were appointed on the 24th of July, and first consultation took place on 30 July. That was last week, Wednesday. And they have subsequently engaged with the service provider, their legal representatives, to set a date for the amicable settlement proceedings. To date, and I've checked this morning again, we haven't received firm dates yet on which we will sit. So the date of meeting for the amicable settlement proceedings, that is pending, and the municipal manager will be kept updated in terms thereof. Now, the main objective basically of the proceedings is, as per the council resolution taken during this motion of exigency, it's to secure the return of all our water and sewer pumps in terms of the conditions of contract that they were appointed by. Now, the service provider, by their own admission, they acknowledge that there is a service provider here in Neisner, which we will deem a third-party service provider, that is in possession of approximately 45 pumps. Sorry, I see hands. I don't know whether I should. Okay. Good. So, according to then the main service provider, by their own admission, yes, there are pumps in possession of a local service provider to the tune of about 45 pumps. That's according to them. That's sitting with a third-party service provider that's situated here in Neisner. And that's a combination of water and sewer pumps. Now, on a separate occasion, the local service provider also approached the municipality. And in terms of the number of pumps that they reported at that stage to the municipality is slightly different from what the main service provider reported. And that is subject then to confirmation during the amicable settlements proceedings, where reconciliation is required in terms of what is in their possession and what then third-party providers present to be municipal equipment that is in their possession. Now, according to the service provider, that's the main service provider, there's about 18 pumps of the 45 that are repaired, but it's awaiting payment. Now, that is payment to the service provider based here in Neisner. They are awaiting payment for the 18 pumps that's been repaired. One pump, according to the main service provider, has been paid, but the parts had to be ordered and awaiting delivery. So there's a bit of confusion in the documentation that we have, and that is also then why this amicable settlement proceedings would then illuminate exactly what they mean by this information that they've given us. So of the 45 pumps then, there's a total of 26 pumps that have not been repaired and await payment for parts first before the repairs can be executed. So 26 pumps has not been repaired at all. Now, the main service provider, they claim from the municipality to settle the accounts with a third party in the region of 1.33 million rand, VAT inclusive, and that's including their markup in terms of the contract, so that they can then settle accounts with a third party. Bearing in mind, there's about 26 pumps that have not yet even been touched. So all of this require resolved during the amicable settlements proceedings, because in terms of the contract, we pay on delivery. The terms and conditions of the contract is very clear. You bring back our pumps, and then we pay you. They are, however, adamant in terms of the correspondence that we had with them. We must pay them, and then they will do their thing, which is obviously not allowed in terms of the contract. So in the correspondence with the main service provider, there are at least 2 other service providers, let's call them third-party service providers, also in possession of equipment of the municipality. And that also needs to be dealt with in terms of the contract, and it's envisaged that during the amicable settlement proceedings, that will then be resolved so that we can agree to an amenable outcomes. I must also, and in the report, there was a situation that was encountered during the water emergency situation in May, where another third-party service provider rendered services on behalf of the main service provider, which technically deemed a subcontract arrangements between them. Now, there are currently discussions with that specific service provider as well. However, during our consultation with the municipality's legal service provider, we did receive a cautionary note to desist from engaging and entertaining at this stage with any third-party service provider that did not directly contract with the municipality. However, we must state that it is the same service provider that is sitting with critical pieces of equipment of the municipality that is key to the water security supply at the Charlesford pump station. So that process, it is ongoing. Yes, we received the cautionary note from our legal services representative, but we need to secure the return of the Charlesford, and that there's ongoing discussions between myself, the CFO, and the MM, so that we can resolve that specific matter. However, I must also say the information received by the third-party service provider require clarity as well, because the information they submitted versus payment that they request, there's a disjuncture. So a follow-up meeting is envisaged with that specific third-party service provider so that the water security for Neisner, specifically Charlesford, that is attended to. Now, just in terms of the financial implications, the contract in total value is 24 million rand, as previously reported. Total payments to the main service provider has been 22.58 million rand, which leaves a positive balance in terms of the contract of 1.41 million. That is money still due to the service provider. However, the final account and final measurements in terms of what is due to the service provider, that was the bone of contention. Them seeking payment up front, we requiring our equipment first before we can pay. And that's where the stalemate is currently, and that is why the amicable settlement proceedings have been initiated to resolve that so that we can get our equipment back. I did also state in the report, in accordance with the resolution, that we follow all legally proceedings to recover our equipment as soon as possible. We are in discussions with the MM, if necessary then, to approach the courts if the process prolongs unduly or if there's a finding that one of the parties may be holding up the process unduly. Speaker, that is the report, and the recommendation is that the council then note this feedback report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wessa. MM, you said you wanted the CFO to add?
Yes.
Please, CFO, if you can just add, and then I'll take questions.
Thanks, Speaker. Maybe from my point of view, I just wanted to indicate to say that as per Mr. Wessa's report, we are engaging one service provider to be able to get one pump back and resolve that. In terms of the other pumps that is with service providers, there is a lack in terms of contract management. It's quite clear to say that the contract was not adequately managed to be able to manage our pumps. We have had a meeting on Monday, myself, the MMS of SO, and the other managers. We have agreed to say that a reconciliation must be conducted or performed to be able to the first instance is, yes, per asset management processes. We should be able to have identified internally ourselves our own assets rather than rely on a service provider. So we are trying to get internal documentation around that to reconcile that to what the service provider has given to us. So that is one process that we are busy engaging in. The other process engaging is this thing of contract management. We want to make it clear that we should be able to develop SOPs so that when people are coming to fetch our equipment, which is pumps or any other equipment, we should have a process where we are recording what we are issuing and what we are receiving back to be able to have all information ready. We have a meeting again on Monday in one particular service provider to be able to address the one pump, is particularly the Charlesford one, the pump 3, that we want it to be replaced as soon as possible. So we are engaging on those things, but I must say that I understand council's frustrations, and there was some weaknesses or risk in terms of the equipment of us that is with other third parties. Thanks.
Thank you. I've already had the Mayor and then Councillor Campbell, Councillor Sabah. I'll just make notes quickly. Councillor Vanston, Councillor Charlie, Councillor Lowe, and Councillor Chengwa, and Councillor Tiokolo. Mayor.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. I hear the report and I'm very worried and because tomorrow, how will I say to my neighbor whose sewer is always overflowing because of a pump? I cannot say to that person, no, we still gonna have a date so that we can sort this issue out between our lawyers and their lawyers. I think we have to approach the court of law, get a declaration and get our pumps once and for all. Because it's clear that there's going to be stall. The service provider is no longer with us. It's almost 4 months or 3 months. It's no longer with us. And the contract is clear that we can't pay them while we haven't received our goods and services. So we're going to pay them, they are not here. And then what else if they are not paying for those pumps? Because they have their own dispute that their contract is supposed to be, is it 24, no? Their contract is supposed to be 24, but they only got work out of 22. So we don't know if they're going to pay the service provider. So I think ours is just to go to court of law, we get a declaration order or we get an order that we want our pumps, because those pumps are not the service provider pumps. The service provider had a contract with us to fix those pumps. So they took those pumps to a third party to be fixed. They have never paid the third party. Some of those pumps has been sitting there for 2 years. That service provider could say that these pumps are not being paid for 2 years. I'm generating a loss. Anyway, you know, when you send stuff to be fixed, after 3 months, that person has a right to auction those stuff. Do you know that? That's a law. You cannot bring your car to me for more than 2 years, it's sitting there, it's closing a space, I'm not getting my profit. I can say that, no, I'm going to auction it because they are sitting here for 2 years. I came to the municipality and informed the municipality that your pumps are here. Give me money, I'll give your pumps. But it's been a law, it's been this, it's been this. It doesn't assist our residents there, and it doesn't assist us as a municipality. So I'm saying before I sit, I think one of the issues, officials are afraid to take the decision because whatever decision they're going to take is going to be irrational. I'm sure that one of the issues that they are afraid of. So if this council, we can take that decision. We'll declare it that because we want our pumps. Because that thing will drag, because no date has been set between our lawyers and their lawyers to sit down. It can take a year or two, because they keep on postponing. I know the MM and the director have been asking the service provider to come and meet with us. They've been postponing. So we can't every month, because northern areas, there's not a single sewer pump that is working, because all the pumps are there. Every day we're receiving photos on Facebook, WhatsApp, that these pumps are not working. Even now in Searchfield, these pumps are sitting, they cannot be fixed because we have this dispute. We can't every month, because the next month we're going to say that it has not yet been resolved. The only way for us to resolve this, let's just take an item and say that we agree, let's go to court, let's settle it in court, so that we can get our pump. Then we proceed with their fight outside. As long as we get our pump, if our pump are with us, then we can have a settlement with whoever that is there. We pay him, he give us we pay those pumps that are already been fixed, then he give us, then we make another plan in terms of the company fixing other pumps. Because sewer is overflowing, we can't be sitting in boardrooms.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Campbell.
Speaker, I'll try and be 5 minutes, but this is very important, so forgive me if I'm longer. Speaker, I appreciate the Mayor is hoping that going to court will be the solution, but that is the last thing that will solve our problems. No court is going to hear this as a matter of urgency. This has been dragging on for months, if not years. And in no time, the costs of the court case will exceed what we owe for the pumps. I mean, 1.3 million, it would appear, will get us all our pumps, or even less. So why on earth would we go and throw good money after bad money? Any court case here, to me, is completely out of the question. I believe that we need to have an urgent meeting where we engage the service provider SNR and Knysna armature winders that are with our pumps, and that we look at whether there is a solution where if we pay the money into an attorney's trust account that is acceptable to Knysna armature winders, because they obviously want to know they're going to get their money. They will then deliver our pumps, and that we can then pay it legally, either by agreement through SNR or by deviation. We are, every day that we have the sewage running into our estuary, we're not talking about what it does to our people's health, to people's dignity, to the estuary, to the environment. We could get another, what is the word, directive, another 10 million rand. It is ridiculous. We're talking about 1.3 million can get us out of this mess, and yet we are talking about lawyers and settlement. And this dispute has been dragging on at least since March. Despite the dispute, this administration ended up in May where we had absolutely no water because they didn't pay for the pumps. It's enough now, Speaker. We need a solution where they've got to arrange an urgent meeting tomorrow or the day after, or Monday, where we do something. I can understand that Knysna armature winders want to have security that they'll get their money. We can arrange that it gets paid into some other trust account until the pumps are delivered, and we do that. We need to start using common sense here. No court of law is going to save us. There's going to be another 2 million added to this, and we'll still be without pumps, and then we'll have 10 more directives. It is, one cannot overemphasize how serious this matter is. And the main pump, we absolutely have to focus on that as well, because before we know, we don't have water. And once, if we don't have all our main pumps, we are putting too much stress on the existing pumps, which is going to cause problems there. This is 1.3 million is a small amount to get us out of a whole host of problems, and there just has to be a fix. And honestly, Speaker, this is a case where if we have to do a deviation, we just have to do that, and then we can fight out our dispute later. But we, honestly, this, if there ever was a case that is urgent, and I do not easily say that a deviation is lawful, but it is. And when the resolution said lawful means, not legal means, I definitely didn't mean that we had to go to court, because I've had enough experience with courts to know that that's not going to solve our problems, and it's just going to cost us millions. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Sabah.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I have to agree with Councillor Campbell. But on top of it, we need to implement consequence management. It is quite clear that the pumps that have been serviced and have been sitting with the service providers or the contractors, subcontractors over an extended period of time, there's been no oversight in terms of how long those pumps have been sitting at those service providers. And in actual fact, I don't even think that the staff know which pumps are being compromised and which pumps belong to where. The whole process in terms of how it's been managed has been wrong. There's been no oversight in terms of the repairs and maintenance of the pumps. And in actual fact, it would appear to be that some of the pumps have gone in for service but have been instructed only do your bearings but don't actually do a complete overhaul of the pumps. So pumps have been returned into site with impellers that are completely worn, that can't work to capacity, which creates further failure and further service delivery in our town, both across sewer and across water. The service provider is no longer contracted to the municipality, as the Mayor has said. We need to address that. We also need to address the fact that we've got RFQs out at the moment to address the pump situation. We need to award them, but in looking at that too, we need to make sure that we award them correctly so we don't have a repeat of what we're sitting with currently. I have a big problem with regard to how we go about recovering our pumps, because under normal circumstances, the service or the subcontractor, the third party, as Mr. Veso refers to, would have an agreement with our contractor with regard to a lien over property, so he would hold onto the property until such time as the property's been paid for. Now, those pumps, my understanding, is worth about 6 to 10 million rand that are being held. That's a huge amount of money. That is our asset. But yet SNR have been the stumbling block in terms of us retrieving that. I have got huge concerns as to whether or not we've actually paid SNR for those pumps that are still being held by the third party. And if we have, then SNR need to be held accountable. We need to take action against SNR. They need to be flagged if they're found guilty of some kind of non-agreement in terms of your SLAs and your SOPs. It's completely unacceptable that our town has been held to ransom to this extent. I have a problem also with regard to proceeding to court, and I have to completely agree with Councillor Campbell. To proceed to court to recover 1.3 million rand, and if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Verso's indicated it's 1.3 plus a 15% markup and then still VAT. So I just need clarity. I'm not sure of the total amount that SNR are claiming, but the third party person I think is claiming about 1.3 that is required. There needs to be some kind of way that we can address this, and I believe that in terms of supply chain management processes, this falls under extraordinary reasons or something that we can actually do some kind of a deviation to address this, because service delivery is what's failing. Our pumps, services, our sewage pumps are failing. We have sewage spilling all over our town going into our estuary. If we're not going to address this as a matter of urgency, this town is going to fall apart. We're going to have disinvestment. We've got E. coli issues all over town. We're going to have people getting sick. We cannot continue along these lines. So I think that there are extraordinary reasons to address it. So I think that by going to court is going to cost us a hell of a lot more. We're already third party could possibly be charging for storage fees because they've held the pumps for an extended period of time. And what about the interest in the fact that they haven't been paid? So I do believe that this needs urgent attention. It's not something that we can sit back and wait. And to continue along the lines of engaging with third parties that don't have contracts or agreements with the municipality can't continue either, because we're compromising ourselves as a municipality, and in so doing compromising our communities, and that is unacceptable. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Vanston. I've just taken...
Thank you, Speaker. Director, thank you for your comprehensive report and feedback. I have a few questions that require clarity when your caucus is done. Thank you. May I proceed, Speaker?
Yeah, you can proceed.
Thank you. So I'm requesting clarity then around the RFQ process for the pumps while we wait for the outcomes of the original service provider to get our pumps. Where are we with that? And if we have pumps available, why are we putting out a new RFQ? That seems like an extra expense. We need to get our pumps back. What belongs to us belongs to us. And if you're saying that 18 pumps are available and have already been paid for, why do we not have them yet? What is the cost implication currently on our budget of using the honeysuckers in the interim to assist with the sewage sites that are without pumps? Also, I have mentioned this, but I want to remind through you, Speaker, to the department around the closing of valves of honeysuckers. We have a challenge where we in Sedgefield, when the honeysuckers come to pump out the sites, they do not close the valves correctly. So then sewage spills out on the back of the truck all along the roads throughout the whole community where they go to dispose of it. So please, that needs a reminder and urgent attention that the honeysucker valves are closed correctly. And then my question is this, whilst, you know, what the Mayor said, and I'm following on to that, my question is, what is the department's plan for an immediate solution? Whilst we are in the process of legal advice and procurement policies and procedures that we're going through, what is the department's immediate solution? We have sewage today. We have sewage all over. It's not just in Knysna, it's in Sedgefield too now, all over. So what is the immediate solution? We, like the Mayor said, we cannot tell people, I'm sorry that you have sewage running, and that I can't tell my community that my ward stinks and it's unbearable and it's a health hazard and an air quality hazard, because our department is first going to have a meeting next week to decide about the pumps. I mean, that is not acceptable. That's not service delivery, and it's not an immediate solution. We do need to have an immediate solution. solution, and I want to know what is that immediate solution. And then also I'd like to suggest that our next Section 80 infrastructure, we have asked this before, but I want to remind that this recommendation be implemented, that next week in our Section 80 infrastructure, we have a report on how many pumps are currently at each site, so that we know and we can plan ahead, so that we know the priority sites and we know the functionality, and we can monitor the exact current condition of the pumps that are per site. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Charlie, Lowe, Chengwa, Tiokolo, Gericke, and Davis.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm watching my 5 minutes. Speaker, you see, the saddest thing is, we as councillors, we were not part when these Lobola negotiations took place. When these negotiations of Lobola took place, we were not part, because councillors are not allowed to interfere. It was the administration. It's not us. Now, there is no use to cry for an over-splitted milk. We need to have a solution. To take them to court, it's gonna drag. We know how this court goes. Look at Jacob Zuma's trial, and look at Senzo Maiwa's trial. Is not done. So, I just don't understand this service provider, the one who's fixing Mr. Fix-It, who's fixing these pumps. If he is also a resident of Neisner, and he can see on television, he can see on Neisner Plate Herald what is happening in Neisner, and he doesn't want to assist. I don't understand, Speaker. What happened to Ubuntu? Because this building is not going to run. This building is not going to go anywhere. He is going to get his money. But we are also now afraid. Recently, we spent millions about the waste trucks that were fixed. And those trucks worked only for a couple of days. And they were broken. So mine, Speaker, is those who were in negotiations with SNR and those who took those pumps there, they must just lift up their socks and go fetch the pumps. That's all that we want. We want the pumps. Hence I'm saying we were not part and parcel of the negotiations of that Lobola that time. They must just go and fetch the pumps. And if that person loves Neisner, he is going to do a cooperation with this municipality. Because we are sitting in a crisis. We do need those pumps. Those pumps belongs into this municipality. Hy sal maar terugbring die pumps. Ons soek hy pumps. That's all wat ek soek. We need the pumps, Speaker. Lastly, Speaker, I would love to know, we know that a battery, a cell phone, do have a serial number. Do we have our serial numbers? Because those pumps have been there for long. Hoe seker gaat ons wees dat is onze pompe daar? Because hy kon miskien die pompe vir iemand anders gegee, dan kry ons die ou pompe wat net vir 'n week hierso gaan werk, dan is die pompe weer stekkend. I just need a clarity of saying that, do we have serial numbers of our pumps? When we go get those pumps, are those serial numbers going to match? Thank you very much. The negotiation, the Makoti, the Lobola people, just go fetch the pumps there. Thank you.
Councillor Lowe.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I just want to raise certain things. Maya, I own you. We give you opportunity to lead us. Maya, Matika. We give you opportunity to lead us. And I just want to make something clear. I come into the pumps. On the 27th of May, 2025, I wrote an email to the mayor of this town, and I see in the MM, and I CC Mr. the CFO and the technical director into that email. Until today, I never received a response. My email to them was, can I get a breakdown of the cost of our pumps for 2023, 2024, and 2024, 2025? Of our pumps. Until today, I never received a response from the mayor, the MM, and the technical director, and the CFO. It is here in front of me. On the 19th of May, 2025, I wrote another email. I wrote the email also to the mayor. The deputy mayor, I CC the MM in. All the directors, I CC them in. And I raised my concern about the pumps and the water issue. Until today, I never received a response from them. I never received a response from them. On the 16th of May, 2025, I sent the email to the mayor of this town, to the MM, and I CC all the directors in. And I said we must investigate the story about the pumps and the water. Until today, I never received a response from them. Now the same mayor come up and stand there and cry about pumps. The same mayor come and cry here about pumps today. But he never respond to my email. But today, he want to cry here. Pumps, 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 pumps. You never respond. And I'm speaking here as a politician, I'm speaking here as a councillor here, as the person that represents the community. When you send you an email, even if someone noted, but it's the mayor who doesn't even respond to my email. Now today, you are the person that cried the loudest about pumps. If you responded that in May, we wouldn't do this story now about pumps. If you responded that day, that time, you didn't do it. Now we want to come and cry about pumps. I can see here. They talk about our pumps that are there. That pumps is there for 3 years. The officials doesn't give us even a report on it. Unfortunately, you just arrived here, but the pump was there. Unfortunately, you just arrived. But these guys in the department know about the story of the pumps. But they never inform us.
1 minute, Councillor Lowe.
Yes, I was here. I have my phones here. My phones are there for what? Don't worry about it. So mine is that for us, we have to get the pumps. How the officers have to make sure that we do it legally. We have to get our pumps. That's why Juliet said, it's easy to govern. You appoint the right people to do the job for you, and the qualified people. So the story that you must go out and cry about pumps here in the Suris, the officers must make sure we get our pumps here. And we must give you 5 days to make sure our pumps are back. Because our people outside don't want to hear about court, lawyers and all this kind of thing. The only thing they want to see that there is not Suris that is running in the streets. So we give you 5 days to respond to make sure that we get our pumps, because the only way we'll get our pumps. And there must be consequence management for these guys that know that our pumps was there and he doesn't respond on it. There must be consequence management. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Tengwa, Tiakolo, Gericke and Davis, and then I want to wrap up.
Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. You know, Speaker, before I just make my submission, I'm not going to be long, Speaker. I want to take this opportunity and thank the Director for submitting this detailed report in terms of these pumps. You know, Speaker, it is very much frustrating as a ward councillor. And it's worse, Ward 8, Ward 4, Ward 7, and this issue of the sewer, which is overflowing. I mean, if you go in those wards where we are residing, in fact, we are ward councillors, for, I mean, looking at the situation of the sewer, you know, even last night, Speaker, I can tell you, Pump Station 1, next to former Councillor Salazar's house, I was there with the community there, members of the community. You can't be speaking one story over and over and over and over. But it is nice and good. At least we know now in terms of the report. And thanks once again. I must also thank you. Now, Speaker, where I wanted to go, I want us to speak about solution. There is a proposal made on my very far left. You know, this thing of paying 1.3 million and we receive our palms. And I'm not sure, and we don't really want to venture into the administration and as well as this thing of procurement. If there is a solution to this particular problem, that we pay whoever must be paid so that we can receive our palms. If it's 1.3, colleagues are quite right. Looking at the state, and all of us will remember, part of what Pradel have also cited, I mean, on this 139 subsection 1C, is this thing of the sewer. Is this thing of the sewer, which is overflowing everywhere. So, Councillor Low, I'm having listened to you that we give administration 5 days. I think 5 days is too much. Remember, in the last section 8 here, I mean, we agreed that CFO, the director, all relevant, the colleagues must go and meet and come up with solution. Because we're given a figure there that this is, we basically need to pay X, Y, and Z in order for us to receive the pumps. It's going to be difficult to tell people that we are going to court, colleagues. I want to concur with the colleagues. It's going to be very difficult. By the time we are going to court, I mean, what must the people do? Must they wait for the court, for us? In fact, you see that particular proposal. I want to agree with it. You know, I want to agree with what the mayors have just proposed. But I think, I mean, if we can perhaps deal with the issue of the solution, and all other issues we can deal with them on the later stage, you know? If we can really do whatever you must do, I don't really want to venture now. May to speak about issues of deviation. Tomorrow we are going to be told that we are interfering on the administration. But then if that's going to be the solution, you know, I think that needs to be done. Let's deviate and get our pumps, install the pumps, Speaker, so that we deal with the problem. I mean, it can be correct. And before I conclude, Speaker, last night, as I've indicated, that I made a call, and I was told there is a company appointed, Northfield appointed, to deal with this issue of the what you call, I mean, of the sewer. You know, I mean, the superintendent told me last night, I mean, there is a guy called Northfield appointed to deal with the situation. But the report is not speaking about Northfield. But that is not, it's not an issue. But in conclusion, Speaker, I think we need to agree here, again, that the municipal manager, director, CFO, and you colleagues must meet and resolve the problem as soon as possible. 5 days, Council Law is going to be too much. Looking at the situation. Looking at the situation of our people. The mayor raised an important thing last week when we were sitting in a meeting. I'm concluding, Speaker. I mean, it's difficult to drive past, and greet the people why is the sewer is overflowing. And people are questioning us, questioning him. What message are we sending? So I really want to make a request to say this particular issue must be dealt with administration as quick as possible. In conclusion, Speaker, colleagues, we speak about consequence management. I think I agree with them.
Tengwa, Councillor Tengwa, time, please.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. That must be done.
Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Tiokolo, Gericke and Davis, and then we're going to wrap up, as I said.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I'm glad Councillor Tsengwa has now learned some lessons. He's at times careful to venture into some of the spaces like the procurement and stuff like that. But Speaker, getting to the serious issues here, I actually want to deal with the recommendations, but just to confirm, Speaker, if I can just get a quick confirmation as to the SNR tender, is it the T22 stroke 2022? The tender number, is that what I picked up? Is it correct? If I can just get a quick answer to that, Speaker.
Is it?
Mr. Veso, can you assist?
Chair, as per the report, tender number T22 of 2022, and then the whole description, it's in the report, yes.
Okay. No, thanks, Speaker. Just wanted to confirm that. Speaker, I think it's very clear that all the councillors agree that we're dealing with an emergency here. It's very urgent that this be dealt with. And Speaker, I'm also told that there's some areas in the Greater Knysna where the trucks that are doing some honeysucking goes in there about 20 times a day. And that's always been my concern, that as to how much money are we spending in with these trucks, rather than spending the money correctly, like paying for our pumps and fixing our pumps and all our other trucks or other resources, for an example. I believe that money that is being spent there can go a long way in resolving these issues on a permanent basis. But Speaker, just going to the recommendations, I think I would agree that recommendation A be that the report on water and sewer pumps in response to motion of exigency moved by Councillor Campbell be noted. And that B, seeing that councillors were tempted to to say the MM needs to do a deviation, but I think we know we can't go there. But I think the recommendation that was made by Councillor Campbell in her motion is still relevant now. The recommendation C, that the municipal manager takes all lawful steps to retrieve the repaired pumps as a matter of urgency. So as to how he does that, he will, I think he's there, he's got good advisors around him, the CFO and also Mr. Veso. So that must happen urgency. I think they can also feel it as councillors were expressing themselves. And that we add another recommendation C, Speaker, that MPAC be mandated to investigate T22 stroke 2022 and submit a comprehensive report to council. So I would recommend, Speaker, that we have those three recommendations. I think it will deal with issues. And also there was consequence management that was raised by councillors. So I think recommendation C, we will be able to deal with those issues. Thanks, Speaker.
Do you have a seconder for that? Councillor White, you're seconding. Thank you. I just want to, the Deputy Mayor has excused himself. He will be online. He's had to attend to an important issue. He has asked my permission to step out. Councillor Davis, do you want to?
Speaker, there is a pending issue. I've mentioned it in the Mako. I've mentioned it now of the Groenvlei River. When I asked the question in the Mako meeting, they said that the gentleman was there. I want to warn council. We are sitting on a pending environment. All our management or the criticism against the municipality is related to this issue, most of it. And the issue is that the Groenvlei has a project, a fantastic project that feeds 8,000 people a day that Gift of the Giver does. If we can just get clarity, I keep asking the same question, we're going to get another letter. It's been escalated to the highest level of government now. So we need something in writing that says that the municipality is going to deal with this issue, especially related to the groen vlei. Speaker, and then just to close off, because I'm sure you're gonna go to vote, go to the next process, but I want to say that this is a no-brainer. Councillor Campbell doesn't have to speak about deviations. The MM is more than capable. I mean, it's an emergency situation. You know, I mean, we don't have to go into that. So I see there's no reason why we cannot deal with this issue. But I just want to, on the record, say the groen vlei ingress of sewage into the groen vlei, that needs to be looked at as a matter of urgency. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. I'm not going to, councillors, we've already gone all the way around through all the councillors. We have.
I think I have to respond, Speaker. My name was mentioned, so I have to respond to those allegations. But this is a public meeting. If it's a lie or it's not a lie, I must respond. If I'm aware or I'm not aware.
Mayor, I'm sure you are aware of it, and
No, that's why I say I must respond. I can respond on email. I was not sent an email. I was told here that the emails were sent, 3 emails. So I have to respond here. If I know them, I don't know. Because I know
You can write a WhatsApp, man.
councillors, please.
I have to respond
Councillors,
here.
please. Councillors, please.
Yeah.
Councillors, let's please calm down. Let us not. Councillors, we're going to go around in circles here. There's recommendations before us.
Right to respond.
Whether I'm going to take second bites. I am not taking
Whether
second
it's
bites.
true or not. So I have a right to respond.
Councillor Matika, you can respond briefly, please.
Thank you. Speaker, I want to respond. I haven't received the 3 emails that are reported, but I'll check with my office. But I know I'll respond to all emails, even if it's at night. The second issue, I don't think council have here the report of the director. Director said that they have been trying to meet with SNR. They haven't come to part up until they've sent their legal representative. And then we have appointed also legal representative. Up until to date, they haven't given us a date when those 2 legal representatives will come and meet. So it's not that the administration have been sitting. They have been arranging meetings after meetings. There's been 3 or 4 meetings which have been arranged with them. So they haven't come to the party. So I want to agree with the recommendation of Councillor Campbell. But the issue of meeting SNR and SNR, it's not there. So we have appointed our legal. So that's why there's also a recommendation. If that thing doesn't come to the plane, then we have to go. It's not about 1.3, but it's the pumps that have been sitting there. If they are not resolved internally, then we have to go to the court. Unfortunately, because we have to. If it's not resolved between our lawyers, because our lawyers will sit, their lawyers will say, no, we agree. They go back to whoever they are representing, and then come back again and say that we agree or do not agree. So that's still going to drag. That's why I was raising it, that can we look at alternate if we can even go to court and challenge and say that we want our pumps while other issues are resolved outside. Because that thing is not about just the pumps, what they are raising. They are raising also the issue of the contract. They believe their contract was cut short. So that's not going to be resolved today, because they are saying that scope of work, the contract they receive is 2.4, but the payments is only 2.2. And one of the issues, Speaker, the issue of that say that everything will refer it directly to the impact. It's one of the issues. It's an issue of management that are afraid to take decisions. They are afraid to take decisions on this one. So that's why I ask Councillor, we're the last resort to take decisions for them if they are afraid to take decisions. Because it impacts us. When people have sewer going to a house, they're not saying MM or director, they are saying Councillor Lavey, there is a sewer. The directors and MMs, they are afraid because tomorrow they must go and answer in the Section 80 on irregular expenditure, on any other thing.
Councillor Campbell, did you have a recommendation?
Yes, Speaker. I go with the recommendation of Councillor Chokola. I just want to add an extra paragraph. I've got no idea where the paragraphs are.
D.
Okay, we've got an infrastructure check, Section 80, on the 11th of August. that the provides a report with full reasons, why our pumps cannot be secured by way of a deviation with the people who have our pumps, that is KAW, the Neisner Armature Winders, and the two other providers, at the meeting, infrastructure meeting on the 11th. I'm sure the words can be put far more elegantly, but what I want is that at that meeting we must be provided with reasons why a deviation cannot be entered into directly with the people who are in possession of our pumps due to the urgency of the matter. And otherwise, I fully go along with that recommendation.
Councillor Lowe. Councillors, please, we've got recommendations before us now, and I'd like us to move on this, please.
Now when
The director needs to go to a meeting as well, please. Councillors, Councillor Lowe's on the floor.
Yes, Speaker, I don't know why the administration is so afraid to do deviation. We're sitting with a serious issue. It's a health risk. It's a health risk that we are sitting with.
Councillor Love, I already noted you. Can we go with the recommendations? We're not going to add more discussions now. Councillor Tengwa, please put your hand down. I'm not going to take second bites on discussions. Please, councillors.
Speaker, I want to speak on the recommendation. We are dealing with recommendation now, Speaker.
Yes, I'm dealing with recommendations. I want to get these recommendations put forward. Councillor, are you?
No, we
have
are
you
going
an
with
amendment to the recommendation?
The administration must deal with the deviations to get our pumps back.
That is what
simple
has
as
been
that.
done.
It's an emergency. It's a serious issue. A health risk. All of us are staying in town.
Thank you. Councillor Chengo, what is your amended recommendation?
No, Speaker. I don't want to amend anything other than supporting the recommendation which was raised by. No, we cannot ask the men to come with the report now. Councillor Chokol have recommended. What I wanted to add there. The recommendation of Councillor Campbell, we are disturbing us.
Councillors, please, let's not engage with each other.
Yes. No, what I wanted to add, Chair, it must be on the recommendation, so that tomorrow when we ask administration, they are able to respond. The issue of consequence management, it must be on the recommendation, not a by the way thing. I'm adding that recommendation number 5. No, thank you.
And I'll second that.
Okay, councillors, we have before us a recommendation that the report be noted as supplied. B, that the municipal manager is required to take all legal steps to retrieve the pumps. Lawful steps to retrieve the pumps. I did write lawful. Didn't hear that, Mayor. That MPAC be mandated to investigate 22. Yeah. Okay. And D, that a full report be provided to the next Section 80 on the 11th of August pertaining to the financial implications around retrieving our pumps. And E, that consequence management be implemented against all officials implicated in the pump fiasco. Saga. Can we go with those recommendations? Thank you. Councillors, we're going to take a 15-minute body break until 12 o'clock. Mr. Vesa, you are excused. Thank you for your report.
Speaker, Councillor Lowe did indeed send that email to the Mayor on the 19th of May.
Acknowledge it. 1200 hours, please, councillors. 12 o'clock, be back sharp, please. Thank you, councillors. Take your seats. Please close the door, whoever's still outside. Councillors, we're moving on to... Get my pages together here. That's you. So now, where's my pages that have gone now? This is that yours, eh? What have I done with my pages?
Which page missing on your pages? Three
No,
pages?
hold on. I had all my ticking offs.
I'm serious. These are stories. I don't want these stories.
Take this one. Because when we finish,
Submit, yeah,
we finish
submit.
community service, and then
Yeah, no, we're starting here now.
Yeah.
Sorry, man, somebody's just taken that page now. No, I know where we are. I'm just looking for my pages. They've just disappeared. Ah, that's the one. MM has stole my pages. MM is trying to hijack my meeting here. Thank you, councillors. We're now proceeding on with the meeting. We're on the item submitted to the Integrated Human Settlements Committee meeting held on 3 July 2025. And we start with IHS 010725, Integrated Human...
Speaker, sorry, the community are saying they can't hear it on YouTube, so if we can just check that it's working, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Integrated Human Settlements Alternative On-Site Sanitation Technologies for Nice and Informal Settlements. That's on page 155. Can we go with those recommendations? Thank you. Submission. IHS 020725, submission of the business plan for 24-25 financial year, which is April 2025, on page 156. Can we go with those recommendations? IHS 030725, the Integrated Human Settlements Monthly Report for the period April 2025. Can we go with those? Yes. IHS 040725, Integrated Human Settlements Preparation of a Human Settlement Sector Plan. Go with those recommendations. Yes. IHS 050725, Integrated Human Settlements Monthly Report, Pipeline Projects on page 156. Yes. Thank you. IHS 060725, the Integrated Human Settlements Condition Survey and Maintenance of Concrete Toilets on page 157. Go with those recommendations. IHS 070725, the submission of incomplete houses under T47 2021/22 on page 157. Thank you. Right, we move to items submitted to the Special Planning and Economic Development and Tourism meeting held on 15 July. That's in committee. We'll move to that in committee when we get there. Items submitted to the Special Infrastructure Services Committee meeting held on 17 July 2025. SIS 010725, report on the broken streetlights throughout the Greater Knysna area on page 158. Councillor Bester, Councillor White, Councillor Lowe.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, this Section 80 was held a couple of weeks back already. I still haven't seen any movement around the fixing of these lights. Can we get an indication from the department who's nobody's here? Okay, well, they all seem to have left. Okay, I wanted to, maybe MM through you, that money that we've moved around to fix those lights, we are seeing no action. And it's a poor reflection on this municipality that although we ask that stuff get implemented with immediate effect, the department is still very slack at actually executing those instructions.
Thank you. Councillor White.
Yes, Speaker, it's disappointing that no one from the department is here, but I've been nagging for this report quite a while. And when the report came, it doesn't actually say much in terms of what is going to be done to repair the streetlights. But be that as it may, I'm going to add a recommendation E on which I've already engaged with the department offline. Recommendation E will then read that the electrical department commence with the numbering of all streetlight poles across the Greater Knysna area, as this will assist in determining the total number of poles and their precise locations rather than relying on house numbers. Thank you, Speaker.
Can we add that recommendation, amend that recommendation, seconded by Councillor Bester? Can we amend that recommendation? Thank you, Councillor Lowe.
No, I'm sorted.
You sorted.
By Councillor White because he received everything from me.
Thank you. Mayor?
No, I also want to agree, but also I just want deal with the issue of electrical, please, man. We've been asking every day. Because before other managers were acting, we used to have contractors that are fixing lights everywhere, but now they don't have the same single one. And the contractors are there for 3 years, but they are not doing any work. So it's really becoming frustration. Deal with the acting, the issue of the acting in electrical.
No, noted, Mayor and the councillors. On the issue of the traffic light here, I think they told me yesterday that they were waiting for the delivery of the parts. Otherwise, everything else has been done. So the parts can arrive at any moment from now. But I think in light of the other resolutions, I will communicate that to the department.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. So we go with those amended recommendations of item SIS 0107-2025. And SIS 0207-25, report on the broken traffic light on the corner of Main and Long Street. That's on 158. Can we go with that? Yes, Councillor Bester.
Speaker, I just want to add C to that one, that the repairs on the traffic lights be implemented with immediate effect. We did say that in the section 80, but it was omitted in this one. And I do value the feedback from the MM on that one. Thank you.
Can I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Tukolo. Can we go with that added recommendation, amended? Thank you. SIS 0307-25, report on water and sanitation pumps. We've had that. Can we go with those recommendations that was done then?
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor, we now move to items submitted to the special, okay, that's the Governance Committee meeting held on 22 July. That's in committee. We'll deal with that when we get to in committee. Item 13 is new matters submitted by the municipal manager. 13.1, which is the appointment of members of the disciplinary board in terms of the financial misconduct regulations. And Ms. Lowe is going to take us.
Yes, thank you very much. The Chief Audit Executive, Mrs. Lowe, is going to take us through the items because it's a filling of vacancies.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Lowe. Can you lead us on this, please? Thank you. Can you hear us, Ms. Lowe? Isn't she up there?
Yes, she's up there.
Astrid, can you hear us? Can somebody contact her, and we will move on to the other items along until she is contactable? We'll just set aside item 13.1 until Ms. Lowe is available. Councillors, we go to 13.2, which is replacement of members of the Grant in Aid Committee. That's on page 176 with the recommendations on page 177. I need names. Councillors, the recommendation, A, that the report of the replaced members of the Grant in Aid Committee be noted, and B, the vacancies be replaced by the following councillors. Councillor from the DA, Councillor White.
Speaker, yes, the DA would like to propose Councillor Vanson to be appointed to Grant in Aid, but seeing as the Deputy Mayor is not here, I would like to take the liberty to also nominate the Deputy Mayor to serve there on behalf of the PBI. Thank you.
Councillor Sabah.
Speaker, thank you. Yes, I just stand to second Councillor White's proposal. Thank you.
So, Councillor, we agree that the vacancies be replaced with the following councillors: Councillor Vanston for the DA and Councillor Gericke from the PBI. We go with those recommendations. Thank you, councillors. Has Ms. Lowe been contacted? Thank you. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, councillors. The item before you is to appoint two members to the disciplinary board. There was an item brought to council earlier this year, whereby council resolved that we should write to the national and provincial treasury and also advertise in the local newspaper. All of the above was done. Attached to the item is the responses from the provincial and the national treasury. Both of them have indicated that they are not willing to sit on the board, but they are there for advice. We advertised in the Knysna Plate Herald, and we received 20 applications. So council did resolve, when they said we should advertise, that the MM be mandated to make the appointment. So today's recommendation is coming with the proposed candidates for appointment. You will see on the attachment, the two candidates that we are proposing is Mr. A. Enos. He is from Dana Bay in Mossel Bay. He is currently also sitting on the George Disciplinary Board. And then Ms. Yal Bathgate. She works for the Department of Education, and she also sits on various similar boards in the province. Ms. Bathgate works for the Department of Education, so obviously if council resolves to appoint her, we are not going to be paying her. Then just also in terms of the remuneration on the recommendation, the proposal is that for Mr. Enos, if we go with that recommendation, that we remunerate similar to how we remunerate for the audit committee members, which would then be a monthly stipend. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillors, Councillor Campbell.
Speaker. Yes, Speaker, through you to Ms. Lowe. I see there were 20 applicants, but we were only given information about 5. Did you personally go through these and determine that those were the top candidates? If we could maybe just get an answer there, and then I would like to proceed.
Okay. May I answer,
Yes.
Speaker? Okay, yes. Like I said, the MM instructed that I summarize and make a list of the top 10, which we did, and how I arrived at the top 5 is based on the criteria that we have indicated in our advert. We indicated that we want people that's got a legal background and that have previous experience on disciplinary boards. So that is how I arrived at the top 5. If the Speaker or Council wants me to provide the rest of the list, most certainly that can be provided.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell.
Ms. Astrid, I trust your judgment. I know that you gave us excellent candidates for the audit committee. I just wanted to make sure that you'd personally gone through that. I have no problem with candidate 1. I've just got a slight concern with candidate 2 in that this candidate does not have any experience in municipal financial issues, but I suppose it's probably, I'm sure this candidate can be guided by the others. So I've got no hesitation with number 1, but number 2 I'm not too sure about, but I will go with the majority of council.
Thank you. Councillors, are there any other concerns? Can we go with the recommendations before us? Thank you very much. Thank you, Astrid, for your good work on that through you, MM. It's well sorted. Thank you. Councillors, we move now on to item 14, which is items for noting, and these are items all the way from page 193 through to page 198. And then there are some items that are in committee that we will deal with. Can we note all of these items, councillors? Yes. Thank you. Councillors, we move now to our supplementary agenda, the next supplementary agenda, the second one, before we go to in committee. And this is item 13.14. This is a report on the case 2025-128173, Nsadisi Nsosana versus MEC, Chairperson of the Electoral Commission, Municipal Manager, and the Knysna Municipality, and others. The report is before us. It came very late, unfortunately, but it is before us as court proceedings are due to take place around the 12th of August, if I've read the report correctly. Mayor, Councillor Tengwa,
So, we'd like to have.
and
a
Councillor Campbell.
Can we have a 5 minutes caucus? Because
Yes.
10 minutes because we just received another
Yes,
information.
you're granted a 10-minute caucus.
You maybe have a whips meeting as well for 5 minutes, either before or after the caucus.
Can I give you a 5 minutes whips caucus? Yeah, 5-5. Councillors? Okay, there's 15 minutes for, you can decide which way is the best way. You want to have a quick whips caucus first, and then your political caucuses thereafter, or vice versa. Whips first and then caucus. Thank you. But you'll have 15 minutes. Now it's now 12:19, so 34. You'll be back. Thank you.
Chair, I know you've granted the whips caucus
Thank you, councillors. Let us proceed with the item. Councillors, the items before us were the recommendations on page 5 of the supplementary. Can I have some hands if there are any questions? Are we going with the recommendations? Councillor White.
Speaker, thank you. In terms of recommendation C, just amending that council instructs our attorneys of record to oppose the application on behalf of the third and fourth respondents insofar as it relates to the relief sought against council.
Thank you. Can I have a seconder for that amendment? Councillor Banston. Thank you. Councillors, are we going with those recommendations? Councillor Campbell.
Just a small thing, we don't actually have attorneys of record yet, so that council instructs attorneys. And I think we must just spell it out. The relief sought that council pays the legal costs, and there's no doubt about that. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, are we going with those recommendations? Yes, thank you. Let us move. Oh, sorry, Mayor. I didn't see your hand initially.
No, we don't go with those. We're going with the current recommendations that are in front of us as the ANC. We are not opposing this. We are allowing Pradel and IEC to oppose. We believe that we don't need to waste our money and oppose.
Okay, so so the DS proposal is a counter proposal to what's before us. Amen.
The relief is sought if we oppose. If you read the papers very well, the relief is sought if we oppose. So if we don't oppose, there is no relief sought. That is my reading of the papers.
Councillor Campbell.
Speaker, that was my initial impression, but on a proper reading, the previous speaker, Councillor Skosana, is asking us to pay the legal costs for this action that is now proceeding and an appeal. And that is the aspect that we're opposing. We're not going to get involved in the election and all that stuff, but we want to make it very clear that we oppose any relief that we be ordered, this municipality be ordered to pay his cost during the course of this action. If that is not what was intended, and it is made clear by the Councillor Skosana's attorneys to us, council can reconsider. But that is the aspect that, the way I understand it, he is seeking us to pay his costs now while the action is proceeding, and if he wants to appeal. And that is the one aspect that we have to oppose. Obviously, it would be unlawful for us to have to pay it, and we need to obviously make sure that we oppose that part of the relief.
Thank you, councillors. Mayor?
Oh, thank you. Can Councillor Campbell read that? So maybe we have missed it. Can you read it for us? Because
can I get the administration?
We have looked for it.
Can I get clarity from the administration?
Okay.
On that point, please. Ms. Boyce or Ms. Botha? Okay, first Councillor Lowe.
Speaker, I just want to find out, according to our policy, because we have a policy in council, can we can municipality pay for someone that are outside the municipality? That's the first thing that I want to find out. Because according to my understanding, the policy doesn't allow us to do that. If I'm correct, if someone can just assist there.
Amen.
Yeah, no, the decision to oppose that aspect of costs is correct, legally correct, because we have not dismissed Councillor Scosa.
Yeah.
This council has not dismissed Councillor Scosa. This council. So the implemented the decision to say there's a vacancy. I write to the IEC to say there's a vacancy. So I can't be punished for that. You see, I can't be punished for that, for doing my work. You know, for doing my work. I cannot be punished for doing my work. So I think we can marry the two positions, you know, in terms of where there are costs that they want against us. We oppose that. I think, as Councillor Campbell was putting it and Councillor White, we oppose the where there are costs against us. Yeah.
Mayor.
Thank you. The cost will be if he wins. Then that's where the issue of the salary to be paid. We can never pay someone's salary, but he is out. But when the papers are submitted, if he wins or if we challenge it, then there's a cost order. Unless, I'm not a legal expert, but I'm saying that the issue of the salary back pay, if he wins, then he wants it to be part of the papers that he'll be paid their back pay. Then it's, so for us also to spend money again, where we did not spend for pumps, now we're going to spend to defend something that is not even defendable. MC Pradel and IEC must go and defend that thing. For us, we're going to pay money just to go and say, no, we want to defend the issue of 3 months, don't want to pay 3 months, which is around 150, for example. We're going to spend 500,000 just to go and defend that. No, we don't want to pay for 3 months, Councillor Scorsana, who's quoting. I will say that let's leave it, let MEC and IEC deal with it, because
Speaker.
Yes, Councillor.
I just want to find out, the council will make the applications also seek in order to direct the MM.
Councillors.
In the nice municipality cited in third and fourth respondents, the payment of the application reasonable legal fees for the prosecution of this application. What does it say in simple terms? Because what it said is that while it's busy, we must pay for it. That is what it's saying, according to my understanding.
Yeah.
So he's outside. I understand the story. He's outside, but how can we pay? Is the municipality take responsibility of a person that is outside at the moment?
Not if you win.
I just want to find out. Just give me clarity around it. What is our policy saying?
Speaker, it's fine. I request that we put it to a vote. There's two proposals.
The clarity that I pull out of this, listening to, sorry, Councillor Lowe, listening to the MM and to legal, is he's requesting legal fees, not just a payment. The payment of salary will only be determined if he wins the case. But there's a cost of legal fees that is being requested here. That has been an order that is requesting legal fees, and that is what we are. That is what the municipality is saying we oppose. Oh, well, then I'm going to put it to a vote. No, Councillor Campbell, I'm going to put it to a vote.
The salary, is he only asking for a salary if he succeeds, or does he want us to pay a salary while this is going on as well? If Marilyn can just help us there.
There's Part A and Part B. Part A is interdict the by-election. Part A is interdict the by-election. Then there's Part B, which then looks into the whole matter, you know, and all that. You know, so that is why it is important that you must have lawyers who are listening to the case so that they can be able to follow the process and be able to advise us accordingly. So that the court does not make a ruling or a judgment that if we had, judges can be other people, that if we had lawyers, they would have advised that we don't agree with this and this. So I think the two positions are not really opposed to each other. We must have lawyers who are going to represent us, as Councillor White was putting it, so that they can be able to out the case to come, take us on board. Because for us not to have anybody there will be counterproductive. There might be things that are ruled against us. It will be a field day. Yeah. You can't do that. Yeah, you can't do that really. You can't do that because that might be something else. Yeah.
Ms. Boyce.
I just want to, at the bottom of page 2 of the item that is presented to you, I think a lot of the confusion is now caused by their reading of the paragraph number 2.3, which first starts with the salary payment, but that is part of what I believe he is just asking as a part of the order that the court makes in respect of the part A. But the part that is, I think, the concern for the councillors, and that has also now been expressed by the accounting officer, is how paragraph 2.3 continues then to read, directing the third and fourth respondents, which now refers to the municipality, to cause the payment of the applicant's reasonable legal fees, which is different from the costs, the overall legal cost, legal fees for the prosecution of this application, Part A and Part B, and any appeals thereof. So it's actually asking that this municipality pays his fees as part of the order in Part A. It's how this reads. I think for that reason, it is the caution that we need to take from what has been spoken by the accounting officer, that it is in our interest to be represented and to make it clear that it is not necessarily in opposition of what he is pleading in respect of his removal from office, but in respect particularly with regards to the question that he's asking in terms of the fees. If we don't oppose that, then the MM is quite correct that we then leave it up to any court to make an order that we pay for this, irrespective of our non-opposition of the rest of it. So we need to have ourselves, I agree that we need to consider that we do need to be represented formally, albeit to the limitation of only the fees, but that we do also give an express provision that we don't necessarily, that in terms of the main pleas that he has, that potentially for those we would abide by the court, but we should also be informed by our attorneys properly on that.
Now I've heard, Speaker.
Are you happy, Councillor Matika, with the explanation? Councillor Campbell, what is your amended proposal?
I want to amend the proposal that the municipal manager be instructed to instruct attorneys to oppose the relief sought in those paragraphs against the municipality in the event that the applicant withdraws his request, the request that we're opposing, that we then terminate the mandate of the attorney. So that is we don't want to appoint somebody to have a watching brief and to sit and watch this whole case. It's going to cost too much money. So our money is directed specifically at instructing somebody to oppose the application in respect of that relief sought, should they, then because of that, withdraw that from their notice of motion, we then will terminate the mandate of the attorneys.
Councillor,
we
I'm
cannot
going to
pay
request,
for attorneys to sit and watch the whole case.
I'm going to request that you formulate a proposal so that it can be part of the recommendations. Please write that up and supply it to the administration. Councillors, are we in agreement with that? Jason has got it. Councillor White?
I just wanted to support the amendments by Councillor Campbell, and that it may be clear it's in terms of the third and the fourth respondent.
Thank you. Councillors, we're going with those recommendations. Thank you. Then we move into committee. We are complete on the main agenda. We've done in committee, there are no questions. We've done the consideration of motions, 18 consideration of motions of exigency.
Thank you. Hi, Speaker. Colleagues, I've done a motion of exigency, man, related to the fire victims, man, on Sunday evening, on morning, early hours. 6 people's structure burned down, man, and I had a preliminary discussion with the director, and he said he only wants to give me 3, but there are 6 people who lost everything, 6 families. Now, I don't know if you are a ward councillor, you have to go to people where 6 families lost everything, and you have to say, so I just...
Sorry, those online, please mute your microphones.
As a deputy mayor.
No problem, Deputy.
So, that's basically what the exigency is about, but I mean, we have to still vote if we can entertain it. I've just got to...
Thank you.
Please, man.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Councillors, do we agree it's a motion of exigency? Yes. Thank you. Councillor Davis, can you make your request?
Thank you. So, I, Councillor Davis, a public representative of the Democratic Alliance, in terms of Rule 28 of the NISNA Rules of Order, bylaw, wishes to draw Council's attention to the following motion. Rationale. During the devastating fire in Smutsville during the early hours of Monday, the 4th of August, 6 families lost their homes and belongings. In my preliminary discussion with the Director, Integrated Human Settlements, he stated that he had recently procured several housing material kits, but would only be able to assist 3 of the families. Usually when there is this type of disaster, a municipality would help all the families. It puts me as a councillor in a very difficult and uncaring position, having to tell residents that only some of them will get help, and unfortunately my conscience will not allow me to do this. This is uncaring and inconsiderate from a department and the municipality at large. So my motion is that council note that 6 families lost their homes and all belongings during the fire disaster. B, that council resolves to assist the 6 families with disaster housing materials and assistance. And C, that council urgently make provision for the necessary materials needed to assist the affected families. I don't even know why I must bring this, Speaker, but I have to because it's just, I don't know what's going on at the Human Settlements Department. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Benston.
Thank you, Speaker. Just for record purposes, I second that motion.
Thank you. Councillor Chengwa and then Councillor Charlie. And then Councillor Lowe.
No, Speaker. I also second that motion, Speaker. Can I somewhat debate? Can I somewhat move, Speaker?
You can say your say.
No, Speaker, let me say my say. I'm not sure who is the director, Speaker. You see?
He's online.
That is, Speaker, that is uncalled for. That is uncalled for, Speaker. Councillor Levale has a full right and is correct. And you can't leave these 10 families which have lost everything. I mean, we are told that we can only cater for 3. Then what about the rest? So, Speaker, I want to make a request here. In fact, on top of those victims of Sedgefield, they are also victims, in Ward 8, Ward 3, Ward 7. You know, we agreed as well as Ward 4. We were told here some time ago that we are going to procure about 20 emergency kit. How far are we? Where is that particular emergency kit? So, Speaker, that must be expedited. Those people of Sedgefield must be given what it belongs to them. Up unless the director doesn't know what he's doing in that department. So, Speaker, I so move that those people must be assisted, in fact, in all other wards. Thank you.
Noted. Councillor Campbell and Councillor Lowe.
Even Audi Alterum Partum, can we possibly ask the director to explain what the issue is, and then I will have a comment after that.
First, I'll take Councillor Lowe, then I'll take you, Dr. Martin.
Thanks, Speaker. Unfortunately, I think my director, knows what he's doing. People want to be grandstand here, but they know precisely they were serving in that positions. They were MMCs in that positions. And there's a...
Can I raise a point of order, Speaker?
What is your point of order?
Oh, I didn't mention his name.
No, Speaker. Speaker, a point of... Here as a councillor, Speaker, I've got the right... You look, I'm a ward councillor. I'm not a PR councillor here. I'm voted by masses of people.
What is your point of order?
My point of order, Speaker. What comes out of those reasons is irrelevant. Whether people were serving or not serving there.
Councillor Chengwa, please take your seat. You did not refer to anybody.
I don't know why he's like that.
Okay, it's fine. It's noted.
No, Speaker, you must understand that we understand the situation of what was happening in Sedgefield. We are feeling with the people that have lost everything there in Sedgefield. We are with them. It's not that our department doesn't know what they're doing. They know precisely what they're doing. And we are going to do it correct. Because we have to restructure their department and we are busy doing it. We are busy doing it. Because we're sitting with a backlog where they didn't sort it out. A backlog of more than 200 people that was part of fire victims in this nice now. Because what we have decided, what we have sought out in the department, is that people were receiving these bungalows and they were not even part and parcel of fire disasters. We are busy correcting that. Because in some of the areas, there was bungalows given to young people and they didn't even follow the policy. We are busy dealing with the policy to make sure that the emergency is for fire victims, for people that are in need, that are vulnerable. That's how we are dealing with it. So that's why I'm saying to you, that's why I'm saying, Speaker, that's one, my director is going to deal with it. He is dealing with it, and the administration is dealing with it. And he informed me the process, how they are dealing with it. And it is a correct process how they are dealing with it, because we have to sort out these fire victims. We're even waiting for National at the moment to give us some of these emergency kit. Because National was here. ANC ministers were sitting in the office of the MM and making a lot of promises. We're still waiting for that. So what we are saying that we are dealing with it, we are going to do it the correct way, and we are going to sort out the fire victims also in Sedgwick and also in the other areas. This thing of only friends and families must get, it's stop. It's not going to happen under the EFF wards in the department.
Thank you. Director, Dr. Martin, do you just want to add anything in, if you can hear me?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I wouldn't have thought that I would come across as a person without a heart, but be that as it may. Councillor Davis, you being...
Councillors, sorry, you may continue.
I explained to the Councillor Davis that we went out with an RFQ. We got a submission back where I only have 10 units. I further explained to the Councillor that obviously Setu is not the only area that was affected. I know there's an outstanding recent fires in Ward 7 and in some of the other areas. So councillors, if I only have 10, then I have to be reasonable because I appreciate the crisis in Smithville. But that same crisis also happened in other areas. So there is always this danger that the latest crisis obviously wants to take all the resources. So it's not that I'm being unfair towards Councillor Davis or the community that is concerned. I have to also be reasonable when I apply my mind to these matters. But if council want to overrule and say I must take all 5 or all 6 only to one area, then council have to accept also that I'm not able to provide to any of the other areas because I only have 10. That is the situation where I'm confronted with. But I just want to put it on record, seeing that this is in a public domain. It is not because I did not want to help. I have to manage the resources at my disposal. But if council decide I have to, then I will give all 6 to Councillor Davis. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. I'm just going to allow Councillor Andrews first, and then you can respond, Councillor Davis.
Speaker, I've raised my hand before Councillor Lowe.
Sorry,
that is why yesterday I stood up there and slammed this municipality.
Councillor Charlie, I have not recognized you yet.
No, but I raised my hand. You didn't see me.
I didn't see you, and I apologize, but I'll come to you. I want to take Councillor Andrews, and then I'll take you, Councillor Charlie.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I just wanted to know from the Director and his department if they applied to for material at National Disaster Department, because with the recent fire events that's happening in the Southern Cape, I think full on they are going to support, because in Bito almost 200 shacks burned out, and this morning in the same area, a lot of shacks burned out in Bito again. So definitely the disaster team of national and province will be in the Southern Cape. So it's just for us as the department to apply. I have one of the disaster managers' number as well, to also let them come to the Shedfield area to check in these areas. But most importantly, what they've indicated to me is, as nice now, we never apply. So that's what I want to know. Did we apply? Thank you.
Councillor Charlie. Councillor Charlie and then Councillor Davis, and I'm going to wrap up on this item.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the Director of Integrated Human Settlement, accept the apology whereby it was mentioned, unless you don't know what you are doing there. Let us not come here and play here. In that department, that director was not even there in 2018. There are still papers of people whom their checks bent down. They never received. They never received. When the director came in, I can tell you, he found at the door maybe there's a tokolosje or a yellow drag van liddoorings. We can't come and blame the director there. There are lots of people who never received, even in the big fires of Neisner. People didn't receive, not all of them. So we must not come and play dumb here to come and want to blame the director. When I speak in section 80 about that department, I am not lying. I've been dealing with that department since 2006. I'm not lying. So we must not come and play dumb and want now to say that the director doesn't know what he's doing. Daar is 'n tokolosie daar voor die deur. Vat hy tokolosie met die sout eers daar so weg. Vat hy tokolosie of hy lid doring dra daar so that the director can do his job, because if I can come in papers in the office there and at home, there are lots, Councillor Davis. There are lots of people who never received their material, no food parcels. Because when I speak here, nobody wants to listen to me. But when the reality happens to those who are close, then they want now to come and just. There's nothing wrong that the director did do. The director is trying to sort that department. But hence I am saying that don't blame the director. You know exactly where did we go wrong.
Thank you, Councillor Davis.
Okay,
Councillor Davis, what I would suggest is you can submit your, as I've spoken to them, we'll accept your motion of exigency, and we'll put it through the system and make sure that everything is followed up. We understand the dilemma that you are dealing with. The MM has said we will deal with it in the right way.
I just want to, Speaker,
Yes.
I need to comment something. Please, to you, the director must not take it personal. It was in my rationale. My point I'm trying to make, never in this municipality has there ever been a disaster, where there is a disaster immediately and the municipality cannot be a plan. We just came from a budget period now. So I do appreciate the fact that 3 wants to be given, but you instead of taking it personal, look at what you have to go to a community as a ward councillor and go tell people that there are 6 of you whose houses burned down, but there's only 3 structures the municipality is going to give. So it's not a personal thing to the director, but he is the leader of the department. It's nothing personal towards him. It's just it's an urgent matter because it's winter. It's the middle of winter. People are sitting without houses, and we need to make a plan. So, Speaker, I hear what you're saying, but like many items that goes through the system, you know, how do we know that it's actually going to be done? So I would like to appeal that we can get assistance for those 6 families, so that we can. I mean, it shouldn't be difficult. Through you, Speaker. Thank you.
It's noted. Thank you. But the MM wants a copy of your motion, please, so that we can put it on the record. And I'll get Kirsty or to my office to put it on CoLab to ensure that it is on the system. Councillor Campbell.
Because is it just going to be put through as a request and not as a resolution from council?
No, it's not a resolution from council.
Okay, that's fine. No, I just wanted
It's
to make
not a
sure.
resolution of council.
Sure, because we certainly could not resolve to instruct somebody to do something that he can't do.
No,
Okay, thank you.
no, it is just a motion of exigency that will go into the system. Thank you, councillors. Thank you for your attendance. Thank you, MM, and your administration. And to those in the public domain, your participation is appreciated and the meeting is adjourned.